Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Lewis McGlynn.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Saoirse Healy.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Donald C. Stewart. Broadcasting Scotland is Scotland's independent broadcaster, providing factual news, reporting on the issues important to the people of Scotland.
We are committed to public service broadcasting, and with your support, we will produce even more programmes.
Provide opportunities for young people interested in media production and broadcasting, and challenge preconceptions of what Scottish media looks like, amplifying Scotland's voice and reflecting its communities.
We can already deliver high-quality live news, and we will create the highest quality programmes for you to enjoy. But we can only do that with your support.
So please subscribe to and share our channel or donate to Broadcasting Scotland via the link in the description. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. The first item of business is time for reflection, and our time for reflection leader today is Professor Fergus McNeill, Professor of Criminology and Social Work at the University of Glasgow.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I should perhaps explain it's Prisoners' Week in Scotland, which is why you have a reflection from a criminologist. Many of us in this chamber have been victims of crime. A few will have sought remedy through the criminal justice system. In those circumstances, we cry out both for justice and for safety. Though nowadays we prefer that term, justice, the Latin root of the word revenge is interesting. It refers to the desire to vindicate the victim, freeing them from hurt, releasing them from vengefulness, settling scores. And paying back is also supposed to liberate the offender from indebtedness. 17 years ago, the Scottish Prison Commission recommended that the default form of payback in Scotland should be community payback. Rather than relying on the pain of imprisonment to exact retribution, they urged us towards more constructive forms of reparation through compensation, service to communities, and the hard work of rehabilitation. Yet, despite stable or falling crime rates, the prison population has grown again to record levels, and we find ourselves awaiting the recommendations of a new commission. Why, then, is the prison still our preferred apparatus of punishment? As a criminologist, I know that it can't be because prison works, because holding other things equal, the evidence shows that imprisonment is more likely to generate reoffending than rehabilitation. In the long term, the bars and the walls don't make those of us on the outside safer, and they don't improve the lives or characters of those on the inside. So I think we persist with imprisonment for two other reasons. Firstly, we've bought into the mythology of the prison as a magic box in which to dump and disappear social problems. Secondly, And more fundamentally, if we're honest, we're just not sure that community payback will satisfy our thirst for punishment. But here's the rub. Like most of us in this chamber, and most people in Scottish prisons, I've been a victim, I've been a witness, and yes, I've been an offender. I've also worked in criminal justice for 40 years, and I've never met a person who was truly liberated by someone else's suffering. What I've experienced is suffering people freed by connection and belonging and by repaired and reciprocated trust. Safety and justice happen when we build bridges, not bars, between people. When Jesus was asked to condemn a sinner to suffer being stoned to death, he said, "Let the one without sin cast the first stone." No one dared. Maybe the recognition that we are all sinners should also be the beginning of our investment in bridge building rather than imprisonment.
Thank you, Professor McNeill. Thank you. The next item of business is consideration of Business Motion 19807 in the name of Graham Day on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau on changes to business. Any member who wishes to speak to the motion should press their request to speak button now. And I call on the Minister to move the motion.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. No member has asked to speak to the motion. Therefore, the question is that motion 19807 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The motion is therefore agreed. The next item of business is consideration of Parliamentary Bureau Motion 19808 on committee meeting times. Any member who wishes to speak to the motion should press their request to speak button now. And I call on the Minister to move the motion.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. No member has asked to speak to the motion. Therefore, the question is that motion 19808 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The motion is therefore agreed. The next item of business is topical questions. At question number 1, I call Bob Doris.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government, in light of cold temperatures and the first snowfall, whether it will provide an update regarding the steps it is taking to provide any households at risk of fuel poverty.
Cabinet Secretary Mairi McCallum.
Presiding Officer, in an energy-rich nation like Scotland, nobody should be struggling to pay their bills, but that continues to be the reality for far too many as successive UK governments fail to get a grip on spiralling energy costs. Indeed, this Labour government came to power promising to reduce average bills by £300, but in just over a year, they've raised by nearly 200 more. We've repeatedly called on the UK government to introduce a social tariff to address unaffordable bills at source. Our targeted discount proposals would see estimated fuel bills reduced by an average of £700 and lift around 135,000 households out of fuel poverty. Meantime, the Scottish Government continues to use the power available to us to raise incomes and to improve energy efficiency, including increased funding for Warmer Home Scotland, investing around £196 million in our suite of winter heating payments this year, and providing a further £1 million to support advice services to help people struggling with energy debt, and that's part of a package of nearly £17 million.
Bob Doris.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for the update. I want to concentrate on pensioners. The Scottish Government's pension age winter heating will provide vital support to older people in Scotland this summer. The context is that Labour slashed the winter heating support for pensioners last year, which led to the SNP stepping in to ensure pensioners in Scotland don't lose out this winter. Whilst I note Labour's eventual U-turn on the matter, can I get assurances from the Cabinet Secretary matters in Scotland are on track as winter is now approaching? Can the Minister provide, the Cabinet Secretary provide any update on the rollout of the Scottish Government's winter heating payment, and how many older people is anticipated that this payment will support to heat their homes this winter?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, payments have now commenced and will be made in batches over the coming weeks, with the first pension age winter heating payments reaching bank accounts last week. Through this, we're delivering real support to pensioners across Scotland to the tune of about £157 million, and this is helping approximately 880,000 pensioners to stay warm in the coldest months. And it's worth noting that, unlike in the rest of the UK, eligible low-income households, including pensioners across Scotland, are also guaranteed support through our winter heating payment, and we expect those payments to begin in early December.
Bob Doris.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary that matters are on track in relation to those pensioner payments. This support will be more necessary than ever, given this winter, as energy bills spiral by an average of £200, despite Labour promise to cut bills by £300. It is scandalous, Presiding Officer, that pensioners in Scotland pay some of the highest bills in Europe, despite having a huge wealth of natural energy resource on their doorsteps. The Cabinet Secretary mentioned the possibility of a social tariff on energy bills. This is absolutely the strategic approach we need in tackling pensioner poverty and fuel poverty more generally. So can the Cabinet outline the steps taken already by the Scottish Government to develop a social tariff which could benefit pensioners suffering from fuel poverty, and see how this could be delivered within a UK context, or indeed with the Fresh Start independence would offer us?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, we have consistently and repeatedly called on the UK Government to deliver a social tariff. I'm very proud of the work that the Scottish Government has done to develop proposals of a social tariff. We've done this in concert with experts, and of course it takes the form of an automatic and targeted discount on energy bills to address the chronic issues of unaffordability of bills right at the source. And I think, as Mr Doris points out, the UK Government's continued failure to address this issue, to recognise the harm that bills and indeed the associated debt are causing to households, is just another indication of the fact that we ought to have control over our own energy resources for the benefit of people of Scotland.
Thank you. Move to question 2. I call Craig Hoy.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what its response is to reports that its core operating costs have increased by £53 million between 2023-24 and 2024-25.
Minister Ivan McKee.
The Scottish Government recognises the importance of ensuring funds are aligned to support frontline services. That is the core of our public service reform programme, which will shift an annualised £1 billion to the front line over the next 5 years. The changes to Scottish Government operating costs in 24-25 was driven by a change in practice, primarily reducing the use of expensive contingent workers and taking these roles in-house where appropriate. The financial practice for recording the costs of many of these contingent workers ordinarily lies out with the core operating costs. When the roles are moved in-house, this is reflected in what is presented in the accounts. In that year, the number of contingent workers was reduced by over 200, and the combined reduction across directly employed staff and contractors was over 160. These reductions in headcount will accelerate as new recruitment controls take effect, and budget controls on Scottish Government operating costs will deliver real-term reductions in costs going forward.
Craig Hoy.
Despite that bluster, it is crystal clear that a £53 million surge in the SNP Government's operating costs in a single year, which comes at a time when frontline services are struggling and people are paying more in tax, is not a sign that this Government is on control of costs within its government machine. And from an FOI that we received over the course of the summer, this rise exceeds the Government's own forecasts and confirms that the cost of government has almost doubled since 2018. Is this not concrete evidence that this is a Government that has completely lost its control of its grip on spending? And how can anyone believe that this SNP Government can run Scotland's finances and reform Scotland's public services when the Minister for Public Finance, who is meant to be bringing down the cost of government, can't even control the costs of the core government machine?
Minister.
Well, as I already indicated, the number of heads in the Scottish Government is continuing to reduce in total. Much of that is because we are taking out significant numbers of expensive contractors, which I'm sure the member would welcome, and replacing those with in-house staff. The number of in-house staff is also reducing. Clear targets have been set for each of the next 5 years in terms of headcounts and in terms of budgets. We will see real-term reduction in Scottish Government operating costs over each of the next 5 years, and we will see a reduction in headcount of around 4% across the total Scottish Government over each of those years. That work is happening. We have control of that recruitment process, we have control of that budgeting process, and that is what is driving these savings that will allow us to redirect that £1 billion to the front line.
Craig Hoy.
Only in the SNP's Lala world can the headcount fall but the salary bill soar. Isn't the truth of the matter now even worse? Because internal documents released by Mr McKee's own officials confirm that there is no, quotes, fully costed plan to deliver £1 billion in saving, which, let's not forget, Minister, includes a 20% reduction in staffing costs. And can the Minister also confirm whether or not that means a 20% reduction in staff numbers over the next 4 years? But one other memo also confirms that Mr McKee does not, quotes, expect to be able to provide a fully costed plan, and another memo insists that ministers do not have a specific plan for each round of savings. So can Mr McKee tell Parliament today, 6 months on from that bold £1 billion announcement, does he actually have a plan, or is he just playing for time to get this failing government and its fragile finances through the next election?
Minister.
Yeah, there absolutely is a plan. We published the corporate costs, which total £5 billion last year. The 20% is the 20% of that is obviously, the member can do the maths, is the £1 billion. So it's very clear across which public bodies that falls, across which portfolios it falls, how much of that is headcount, how much of it is states, how much of it is procurement. That's very clearly articulated as 20% of that £5 billion. And I say we've published all of that data, and if the member cares to go and look at it, he'll find it online. The targets have been set for portfolios for next year and each of the years after that are very clear in their headcount targets, and they're very, which is dependent on the ratio of front line to back office staff within each of those portfolios, and it's very clear on their corporate cost reductions, and that is rolled out across all of the public bodies as well. So the data is there. The whole of the government and the public sector is working to that data. That's what's going to deliver those headcount reductions of 4% per year going forward. That will be, as the member indicates, a reduction in total headcount of 20% by the end of that 5-year period, and that is within the attrition rate that government currently applies to government.
We move to question number 3. I call Martin Whitfield.
I'm very grateful, Presiding Officer, to ask the Scottish Government what its response is to reports that the University of Edinburgh plans to reduce jobs by up to 1,800 as part of £140 million in budget reductions by 26-27, including what action it will take to protect staff and students from the impact of any such redundancies.
Minister Ben Macpherson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The university sector across the UK continues to face financial challenges due to a number of factors, including the impact of increases to national insurance contributions and migration policies. While the University of Edinburgh is an autonomous institution, the Scottish Government expects staff and trade unions to be consulted meaningfully and constructively on the potential impact of any cost-saving measures in line with Fair Work principles. Ministers cannot compel universities to commit to no compulsory redundancies. However, our clear expectation is that they are only considered as a last resort after all other cost-saving measures have been fully explored.
Martin Whitfield.
Very grateful for that response, but students at Edinburgh University are already seeing the impact of these cuts. Courses reduced, support services scaled back, and staff who do not know if they will even be employed next year. Scotland prides itself on world-class higher education, but that is not what the students are experiencing. Staff are overwhelmingly supporting the ongoing action in a reballot, and as Joe Grady, UCU General Secretary, said, before this dispute escalates further, university senior managers need to reflect on where their actions are taking the university and engage urgently and seriously with the union. So does the Minister agree, at the very least, the government's convening power should be used to bring the parties together and ensure that students are not the ones who pay the price for decisions driven by underfunding and financial instability?
Minister.
I thank Martin Whitfield for bringing this issue to the Chamber, and would like to start off by emphasising, as he has stated within his answer, that my thoughts and that of the Government are with those who are affected, students and of course staff, including constituents who have been in touch with me in recent days. As the member helpfully, constructively suggested, and as Parliament would expect, ministers will consider what ways we can meaningfully try to assist in this situation, including potentially using our convening power. However, mindful of the fact that the University of Edinburgh is an autonomous institution. I had a good meeting with UCU on a number of matters recently and would be happy to receive further correspondence from them on this matter.
Martin Whitfield.
I'm grateful, Presiding Officer. Answers maybe next year, questions this year. The crisis isn't confined to Edinburgh. We now have up to 1,800 jobs at risk there, 600 redundancies proposed at Dundee, 70 at Napier, and 14 million deficit at UWS. The Scottish Funding Council reports 9 universities already in deficit, rising to 11 next year. University Scotland has said the latest funding allocation does not give the sector what it needs. So does the Scottish Government accept that these real terms cuts to university funding, increasing reliance on volatile international income, have helped create the conditions for mass redundancies and pain across this sector? And what is the plan to prevent institutions from sliding further in crisis?
Minister.
As I stated in response in my first answer, the university sector across the UK is facing multiple challenges, and in Scotland many of these are external. For example, the estimated cost to Scottish universities of over £48 million of the increase in national insurance contributions that the UK Government implemented this financial year in its last budget. Of course, we are all waiting to see what the Chancellor does in her budget on Wednesday the 26th of November, next Wednesday. And I think the real question for all of us, and the question the university sector will be asking at this moment, is what is the UK Government going to do to support these very important economic institutions as well as centres of educational excellence. In terms of what the Scottish Government is doing in the face of this challenge and in consideration of our budgets, not just in the financial year ahead but thereafter, we continue to engage with the university sector to ensure long-term sustainability of funding and success for Scottish universities, from the very clear start point that this government will not reintroduce tuition fees. We are currently scoping and shaping a framework for the future sustainability of the sector and have been engaging with key stakeholders, including sector leaders, staff and student representatives and cross-party MSPs, to discuss how they can be involved and to make sure they have the appropriate input into these ideas. And I will update Parliament in due course on this.
Thank you. Paul McLennan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I think the Minister might have just answered my question there, but I've been obviously contacted by constituents also, where they have mentioned the issue of tuition fees, and both obviously Labour and Conservatives have implemented these in the future and might talk about this going forward to address the pressures. Can I just ask the Minister again, what's his point of view on tuition fees that are being used going forward?
Minister. I thank the member for that question, and of course, there has been some discussion regarding tuition fees in this wider challenge that we all face with regard to the sustainability financially of our excellent universities. And if tuition fees were a solution in this scenario, then why are institutions in England and Wales facing financial challenges as well? Clearly, tuition fees from undergraduate students would not be a solution to the sustainability challenges. What would be helpful is to see appropriate investment in these, not just educational institutions, but of course massive economic drivers in our economy by the UK Government in its budget through revenue and capital to help create the economic growth that we all want to see.
And Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Minister will recall that I invited Sir Peter Matheson here to meet a group of Edinburgh MSPs in the early summer. He suggested that Edinburgh would be out of breach of covenant within 3 years, irrespective of voluntary or mandatory redundancies. What meetings has he had with the principal? And secondly, can I ask, given the volatility that Martin Whitfield says describes in terms of the international student cohort we depend on, does he recognise that his predecessor Graham Day told this Parliament that the funding system for higher education is fundamentally broken, and what plans does he have to fix it?
Minister.
In terms of the latter point, I talked in a previous answer about the work that is going on to scope and shape the framework for the future sustainability of the sector work that the Scottish Government is taking forward with University Scotland, and I would be pleased to have engagement from the Liberal Democrats in this process, because as I said, we are seeking to have representatives from cross-party MSPs, and I will update Parliament on this work in due course as soon as possible. This work is going to be so important to make sure that collectively we embrace the challenge of making sure that we have a university sector and wider tertiary system that is well positioned to shape and respond over the next 20 years, including in terms of demographics, the needs of students and the needs of the changes in the economy that we will see through the next quarter of this century. In terms of engagement with university principals, whether it was events that I was at last week, or visiting specific campuses, or engaging with University Scotland, through the nearly 2 months that I've been in this post, I have sought to engage with university principals as much as possible. In terms of the principal of the University of Edinburgh, of course, in my capacity as a constituency MSP, I have had engagement with him for many years, and as is appropriate, I will engage with him going forward.
Thank you. That concludes topical questions. The next item of business is a statement by Mairi on buildings, heating and energy performance and Heat Networks Scotland Bill. The Cabinet Secretary will take questions at the end of her statement, and so there should be no interventions or interruptions. And I call on the Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I should like to begin by emphasising that the Scottish Government is committed to decarbonising heating buildings by 2045. This commitment was restated fulsomely in the draft climate change plan published by my colleague Gillian Martin on the 6th of November. The Scottish Government has shown clear leadership in the heat and building sector, demonstrated not least by our grant and loan schemes, legislative requirement for new homes to install clean heat, and our continued drive to promote investment and growth in heat networks. Faced with a concerning rise in anti-climate rhetoric, the draft climate change plan maintains that leadership. It confirms our target to decarbonise the heat in Scotland's buildings by 2045 in a manner consistent with our commitment to reduce fuel poverty, and does that by maintaining our vital support for those who need it the most. It was my intention to build upon this by introducing a heat and buildings bill in this parliamentary session. The Scottish Government has worked at pace to produce a bill ready for introduction. However, it has become clear that proceeding now would not allow the Scottish Parliament to consider the bill in the context of emerging UK-wide developments. This is particularly the case in respect of the forthcoming UK Warm Homes Plan and ongoing work on energy market reform. I am expecting the Warm Homes Plan to set out crucial detail on how and to what extent the UK Government plans to rebalance energy prices, particularly the price of electricity relative to gas, in a way that will make clean heating systems more affordable to run. This, of course, is a critical part of ensuring that our work to decarbonise homes does not exacerbate fuel poverty, something I am particularly committed to ensuring at a time when more and more people are struggling with spiralling energy costs and resultant debt, and when around 34% of households are living in fuel poverty, which is largely driven by a rise in energy prices. I'm disappointed that the UK's Warm Homes Plan has been delayed so considerably, as well as continuing to develop the policy content of the bill and consider its associated costs. I have in recent months been pressing successive UK ministers to publish the Warm Homes Plan, or at least to share with us its content vis-à-vis electricity prices. This regrettably has not materialised. There is no longer time in this parliamentary term to give full consideration to a bill, nor can I ask the Scottish Parliament to consider such an important and complicated bill without a full understanding of the policy context across the UK, which we understand is likely to emerge before the end of the year. Doing so would not be fair for consumers and would risk misalignment and confusion for businesses. As such, I am today confirming that the Scottish Government will not introduce a heat and buildings bill during this parliamentary session. Instead, I have today published our draft bill with a statement of intent to introduce a bill as early as we can in the next Parliament, subject to the outcome of the 2026 election. And I strongly call on UK ministers to ensure they bring forward provisions to rebalance the cost of electricity relative to gas, allowing us to pursue this vital decarbonisation in a way that we can be sure protects households from fuel poverty. Now, as to the content of the draft bill, members will see it sets a technology-neutral heat decarbonisation target to replace direct emissions heating systems in all Scottish buildings as far as reasonably practicable by 2045. If ultimately passed, this would put into legislation the target that the Scottish Government is already committed to in policy as part of the climate change plan. The bill will also require the Scottish Government to publish a heat decarbonisation strategy every 5 years and regularly report on progress, ensuring transparency and accountability and enabling us to update our approach as new technologies develop. Secondly, the draft bill includes regulation-making power to introduce minimum energy performance requirements for buildings that use direct emissions heating systems. The intention is to use this power for the owner-occupied and non-domestic sectors. Finally, the draft bill includes provisions regarding heat networks, including a regulation-making power that may be used to require qualifying buildings within a heat network zone to connect to the heat network or decarbonise their heating system. A regulation-making power to provide for heat network installation and maintenance licences, and changes to the Heat Network Scotland Act of 2021 to streamline its regulatory regime. I believe that the draft bill provisions represent an ambitious but pragmatic and, crucially, flexible advancement in this sector, building upon what is already in the climate change plan. The publication of the draft bill today offers an opportunity for us to continue undertaking engagement over the remainder of this parliamentary session. This will include launching a targeted consultation in the new year on detailed proposals for heat network installation and maintenance licences to support the implementation of the draft heat network provisions. This will enable the Scottish Government, that comes next, to move quickly to introduce secondary legislation following the passage of the bill. Presiding Officer, this builds on huge success that we have made in the heat and building sector over the course of this parliamentary session. We have allocated £1.67 billion of funding through our heat in buildings schemes, including committed spend of over £840 million for energy efficiency and clean heat projects. Since the start of this session, heat and buildings programmes have supported an average 15,000 households annually, including those in or at risk of fuel poverty. And since the launch of the first Warmer Homes Scotland scheme in 2015, we've invested around £399 million and helped over 47,000 households across Scotland to live in warmer homes which are more affordable to heat. So far, in 25-26, the average fuel bill savings across all completed applications is approximately £350 per year. And we intend to build on this. Today, I can announce that we are introducing grant support for homeowners to enable connections to heat networks through our long-running Home Energy Scotland grant and loan scheme, reinforcing our commitment to meeting targets for heat network deployment. This will see grants of up to £9,000 together with loans for households in island and remote areas to connect to local district heat networks. This follows engagement that the First Minister had during a recent visit to Shetland, demonstrating the responsiveness of our approach and our determination to back investment in heat networks, something that we pursue now and do not need to wait for legislation. Indeed, the Scottish Government has awarded over £62 million to enable the development of heat network projects in Scotland through our Heat Network Fund and the Low Carbon Infrastructure Transition Programme. We also recently laid new energy performance certificate regulations, which, if approved, will bring an improved EPC rating system into force in August 2026. And we've recently completed our consultation on minimum energy efficiency standards in the private rented sector, helping us to develop regulations that are fair, affordable and achievable. Further legislation will form a key part of our approach. Heat and buildings affects every one of us across Scotland, and we need to approach this sector in a way that harnesses the opportunities without exacerbating the risks, including of fuel poverty. I believe that the bill we've drafted finds that balance, with a commitment to collective action, taking individuals, communities and businesses with us on this transformative journey. But we need clarity on UK Government action on energy costs. Today, my officials and I are writing to stakeholders to begin the next phase of partnership working on the policy direction of the bill. Taken together with our draft climate change plan, which sets out our clear commitment to decarbonisation, this marks a real commitment to drive progress on clean heat in an ambitious yet pragmatic and flexible manner, which can adapt to technological advances that will undoubtedly emerge in the period to 2045, as well as reflect Scotland's diverse building stock with urban and rural requirements and differing abilities to adapt to change. Crucially, as I have set out in my reasons today, we will always balance our action to decarbonise with the imperative of relieving fuel poverty, and I call again on UK ministers to take the action necessary so that we can progress. We will engage widely with the sector and with members across the Parliament, particularly as the UK-wide position becomes clearer. I trust that Parliament will agree with me on the importance of making informed law by the clearest and most up-to-date position. This is ever thus, but it's particularly important when the law that we propose to make goes right to the heart of the most important asset that most people will ever have, namely their home. And I trust Parliament will agree that for want of just a few months, however frustrating, essential clarity on something as fundamental as electricity prices is worth having, and it's worth considering our position in light of as we legislate. Thank you.
Thank you. The Cabinet Secretary will now take questions on the issues raised in her statement. I intend to allow around 20 minutes for questions, after which we'll move on to the next item of business, and I'd be grateful if members who wish to put a question were to press their request to speak button now. And I call Megan Gallagher.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and may I thank the Cabinet Secretary for advance sight of her statement. But I think we need to be serious about the situation that we're facing here. This is a really embarrassing day for the Scottish Government. When Gillian Martin told this Parliament she was going back to the drawing board on the Heat in Buildings Bill, she promised any revised bill would not make Scottish households poorer. But yet, we have a bill, a draft bill, which seems to be on the road to nowhere, that still demands upgrades from homeowners with no detail on what standards they would need to reach. Given the Scottish Government's track record on this issue, my main concern is that this is yet another attempt by the SNP to impose significant costs on homeowners to reach climate targets which simply aren't practical. Separate from this bill, the Scottish Government are also pressing ahead with regulations to impose minimum energy efficiency standards on the private rented sector, not to mention the disastrous housing bill which will push up costs for landlords and tenants. Isn't it about time that the Scottish Government stops using the private rented sector as guinea pigs in their botched legislative experiments? And will the Cabinet Secretary tell us how much they expect the average homeowner to be left out of pocket by these changes?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I can't help but feel that Megan Gallagher might not have read the content of my statement prior to formulating her questions, because if she had, she would have seen that the reason that I'm presenting to Parliament today for taking a pause, however regrettable, is on account of me wanting to know what the UK Government are intending to do in respect of the cost of electricity, so that we can take forward this work to decarbonise, but in a way that we can have surety is not going to exacerbate fuel poverty, is going to be manageable for consumers and for households. That's exactly why I have brought this statement to Parliament today, so I'm a bit perplexed by the tenor of the question. But and in respect to the latter point about costs, all of that has to be worked out, and I want Parliament to be able to scrutinise and consider costs in light of the most up-to-date information. The most up-to-date information comes from a UK Warm Homes Plan, which ministers have, I think, made no less than 6 representations to successive ministers on for clarity. That has not been forthcoming, and therefore, however regrettable, this pause in bringing forward the legislation, meanwhile publishing the draft, is about giving Government and Parliament the opportunity to make important laws in having the full suite of information in front of us as we do so.
Mark Griffin.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. We had a heat and building strategy in 2021. Then we were promised a heat and buildings bill in 2023. Experts said it would place impossible financial burdens on households, but the Government carried on consulting and then withdrew the bill, saying it would place
financial burdens on households. The Government then announced a new bill, an improved bill, in the spring of this year. And untroubled by any sense of irony, it seems today it gave us a draft of a bill while at the same time announcing that there will be no bill. This is beyond farcical, Presiding Officer, blaming a government that has been in post for 18 months while homeowners and industry have been waiting for clarity for 5 years is absolutely absurd. How can this government say with any credibility that it's shown any leadership in the heat and buildings sector?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, irony is an interesting word for Mark Griffin to choose to put to me today, given the entire reason that I have had to bring this statement to Parliament is because of his colleagues in the British Labour Party and in the UK Government's complete failure to clarify their position in respect to the
Let's hear the
Homes
Cabinet
Plan.
Secretary.
As I said previously, Scottish ministers have now pressed UK ministers no fewer than on 6 occasions since the Warm Homes Plan was first mooted. Now, I have to give them some due. There has been disruption caused by the former Deputy Prime Minister having to leave government and ministerial reshuffles having to come as a result. But if he thinks that it is a sensible thing for the Scottish Government or the Scottish Parliament to proceed with a bill that pertains to the type of energy and the cost of energy throughout Scotland, at a time when 33 to 34% of households are in fuel poverty, and I don't have clarity from the UK Government on what they're intending to do on the cost of electricity, then I'm afraid that's simply irresponsible. Nonetheless, Presiding Officer, we have a strong record in delivering in heat and buildings in Scotland. I continue to do that by rolling out further the grants and loans that are available to connect to heat networks, and will continue to take the work on this bill forward.
Thank you. I would ask all members to resist any temptation to contribute when they haven't been called to speak. I call Jackie Dunbar, to be followed by Alexander Stewart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. In such a crucial policy area, it is vital that stakeholders in the sector are directly involved in key conversations and plans brought forward by the Scottish Government. Can the Cabinet Secretary therefore please provide further information on what engagement this Government has had and will continue to have with both the energy and housing sectors on the next steps?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I completely agree. It is vital that the transition must be taken forward with communities and not imposed on them. Our consultation on the Heat and Buildings Bill received over 1,600 responses, and that feedback has helped to develop the content of a significant and complicated bill, and of course members have the draft proposal in front of them today. Since the consultation closed, we've continued to engage widely with stakeholders in the heat and buildings sector. Indeed, over the summer I hosted a series of roundtables with consumer groups and energy stakeholders, businesses and others. I also held a roundtable last week with representatives of energy consumer organisations, where we discussed both the need to decarbonise but the fact that it's essential that it's done in a way people can afford and that doesn't exacerbate fuel poverty. So all of that will continue as we take forward this programme.
Alexander Stewart, to be followed by Rona Mackay.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Meeting energy efficiency standards can come at great expense for homeowners and landlords, particularly in rural areas. In the statement, it indicates there will be grants of up to £9,000, together with loans for householders in island and remote rural areas to connect to local district heat networks. Therefore, will the Cabinet Secretary consider certain exemptions for rural properties when meeting these standards would create a significant financial burden for homeowners, landlords and tenants?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I think, sorry if I picked him up incorrectly, I think Alexander Stewart's referring to exemptions from what would be proposed within the bill. The bill is intentionally drafted to offer flexibility. To offer flexibility in type of technology, noting firstly that technology will advance in the years to 2045, but also being very conscious of the fact that different technologies will suit different housing types across urban and rural Scotland. So it is intentionally flexible, and I trust that when the bill is taken forward, depending on what happens in the election and indeed what the UK Government do with the cost of electricity, I trust he will see that that flexibility will be borne out.
Rona Mackay, to be followed by Sarah Boyack.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I recognise that the Scottish Government's plans depend on essential clarity on key UK Government actions in reserve policy areas. Can the Cabinet Secretary expand on what communication, if any, she's received from our UK Government counterparts regarding their consistently delayed Warm Homes Plan and what impact this will have on progress in the Heat in Buildings Bill in Scotland?
Cabinet Secretary.
There's a lot of noise coming from the Conservative benches. They don't seem to appreciate the nature of devolution, in that when you allow a government in London to oversee your own nation's energy policy, then that will have impacts on what a national government can or cannot do. I have made clear to UK ministers that clarity on their Warm Homes Plan and on reserved matters such as electricity pricing and market reform is essential for a fully informed debate on these critical matters on Scotland. She's absolutely right to point out the report has now been delayed several times. There has been an unfortunate amount of speculation, mainly in the press. In fact, I have learned more about this plan in the press than I have in the ministerial engagements that I've been having with counterparts. Ultimately, it is speculation, Presiding Officer. What this Parliament needs to legislate on behalf of the people of Scotland is clarity, clarity that we do not have.
Thank you. I call Sarah Boyack to be followed by Kevin Stewart.
The Cabinet Secretary mentioned that over a third of our households live in fuel poverty, and 1 in 5 are actually in extreme fuel poverty. So what is the Scottish Government going to do now to accelerate investment, to make people's homes energy efficient so their heat is not wasted? And what is the Cabinet Secretary doing to support every local authority in Scotland so they can implement their LHES plans, so that our constituents have heat networks, so they can actually link to them and qualify for the grant that was mentioned?
Cabinet Secretary.
I think it's worth putting on the record again, Presiding Officer, the difference that our long-standing loan and grant arrangements have made in Scotland. We've allocated £1.6 billion of funding through our heat and building schemes this parliamentary session alone, and that includes committed spend of over £840 million for energy efficiency and clean heat projects, which I agree with Sarah Boyack are essential. This has supported an average of 15,000 households annually, including those at risk of fuel poverty. And as I mentioned in my statement, since the start of Warmer Homes Scotland, we've helped over 47,000 households across Scotland to live warmer and homes which are cheaper to heat. But I would also point Sarah Boyack, and I hope this is something that she can advocate for to her colleagues in UK Labour, and that is for a social tariff. We have undertaken very careful work with industry experts to develop a social tariff. I published the methodology behind it just last week. This is a targeted at-source discount, which we think could see around 660,000 people in Scotland have their energy bills reduced by up to £700, taking about 135,000 people out of fuel poverty. So I'll be making the case for a social tariff to the UK Government. I hope Sarah Boyack will as well.
Thank you. Kevin Stewart to be followed by Patrick Harvey.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Cabinet Secretary mentioned electricity prices in her statement, and high electricity and gas prices are the greatest driver of fuel poverty, and I'm sure that many across the Chamber will share my deep frustration with the UK Labour Government, who pledged to cut energy bills by £300 but instead oversaw a rise in energy bills of £200. Can the Cabinet Secretary advise what impact this has on delivering the Scottish Government's ambitions, and what effect this broken promise from Labour is having on thousands of families across Scotland? And will she join me in calling on the Labour UK Government to take immediate action to bring down electricity prices and put money back in the pockets of those who need it most this winter?
Cabinet Secretary.
Yes, I agree entirely with Kevin Stewart on those points. I've mentioned a couple of times in the course of today about the investment that we've made in the number of households that has helped, but it's also worth putting on the record that so far in 25-26 the average fuel bill savings across all of our completed applications to our loan and grant scheme is approximately £350 a year, which is helpful, Presiding Officer, but it will represent a drop in the ocean for the households who, for year after year, have seen their energy bills spiral, whilst successive UK governments have utterly failed to get a grip of the situation. Kevin Stewart is quite right to remind the Chamber that the UK Labour Party came to power promising a reduction of £300 in energy bills, and so far they have gone up nearly £200. So I would urge them, take the modelling that we have produced in respect of a social tariff, understand the impact that could make in taking people out of extreme and fuel poverty, and join me in calling strongly for its adoption across the UK.
Thank you. I'm keen to include all members. I'm grateful for concise questions and responses. Patrick Harvie, to be followed by Willie Rennie.
The SNP had already let Scotland down when they first delayed this bill. To drop it entirely from this session is more than a disappointment, and to strip the most serious content out of it will only please the new climate deniers on the political right. And to blame anyone else for this decision, which is entirely of the SNP's making, adds insult to injury. To do all of this while mouthing platitudes about climate leadership turns this statement into a sick joke. Does the SNP understand that they will be held accountable for locking people into dependence on costly and polluting fossil fuel for years to come, and for failing to back what should be a thriving clean heat industry in Scotland?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I share with Patrick Harvie the determination to rise to the challenge of climate change, and I understand how critical decarbonisation of buildings is as part of that. However, it is my desire to see this actually work and be feasible in the real world, which means that I have to pause this work today. And I can unfortunately only take from Patrick Harvie's contribution today that he is happy for a government and a parliament to legislate for something as critical as how we heat our homes and how it costs homeowners and renters, that he's happy to speculate on that and to legislate without full understanding of what the UK government intend to do in respect of the cost of bills. To me, that is unacceptable.
Willie Rennie, to be followed by Paul McLennan.
The Cabinet Secretary has got a nerve to stand here today and claim leadership on climate when she's delaying the very bill that's supposed to be tackling this. She boasts that she has taken action on thousands of homes, when in fact we've got millions of homes in Scotland. It is truly a drop in the ocean. So when will the Minister stop blaming everyone else and accept responsibility herself for this humiliating climb down?
Cabinet Secretary.
Quite unnecessary rhetoric from Willie Rennie, not for the first time.
Let's hear one another.
What the government is proposing today is a sensible, reasonable, pragmatic response to the fact that a UK government, to be fair to them, intends to bring forward a Warm Homes Plan, which we understand will seek to rebalance the cost of electricity relative to gas, something critical to this work. But I don't know what's in it yet. And despite ministers repeatedly asking what's in it, we still have no clarity. And as a government and as a parliament, we should not be prepared to make laws that affect the people of Scotland not in full receipt of the full policy landscape. So for want of a few more months, I think the people of Scotland would understand their government and their parliament awaiting passing laws to make sure that we have the full information in front of us.
Paul McLennan, to be followed by Maurice Golden.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. A new report by the Edinburgh Climate Change Institute reveals that the deployment of zero-carbon networks and energy efficiency upgrades across Edinburgh, Midlothian and East Lothian could generate up to £2.1 billion in combined environmental and social benefits over the next 25 years. Lothian Heat CIC has now been established as a community interest company to lead that network on a regional basis. This brings together community groups from Edinburgh, Midlothian and East Lothian. This is a visionary infrastructure project to deliver clean, affordable heat across the Lothians by capturing local waste heat and renewable energy, and a heat network under a community-led, not-for-profit model. Can I ask the Cabinet Secretary what support can be given to Lothian Heat CIC and other community-led networks to maximise benefits for our communities?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, firstly, I would want to welcome the report drafted by the ECCI, which demonstrates the economic importance of heat networks. That's something that the Government is very seized of, and which you'll see part 3 of the draft bill is entirely dedicated to. Across Scotland, we estimate that heat networks could account for around 20% of heat demand in future, and therefore they are going to be a key technology as part of that mix of decarbonisation options that we foresee for Scotland. And of course, he will know that through our Heat Networks Fund, we are supporting the deployment of heat networks across Scotland. This is not something that has to await primary legislation, and I would also draw Parliament's attention again to our extension to our loan and grant scheme to connections to heat networks, particularly in rural areas, that I have announced in my statement today.
Doris Golden, to be followed by Stuart McMillan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Cabinet Secretary refers to energy market reform, spiralling energy costs and fuel poverty in her statement. So, does the Cabinet Secretary agree with me and not her predecessor that the floor for the transmission demand residual should be removed in order to lower bills for Scots?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I think that given the technical nature of the question that Maurice Golden puts to me, it would be one that I would be much more able to put the detail to him in writing as opposed to on the floor of the Parliament today.
And Stuart McMillan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I recognise that demand for the Scottish Government's heat and building schemes has risen in recent years, and can the Cabinet Secretary provide more detail on the packages of support available for households looking to move to clean heat? And can she advise how much funding the Scottish Government has allocated to these schemes during this parliamentary session thus far?
Cabinet Secretary.
Thanks, Presiding Officer. I have said on a number of occasions the totality is about £1.67 billion, but perhaps it would be helpful if I expanded slightly on how I would suggest households move to clean heat or work to improve their energy efficiency. Home Energy Scotland is an excellent first port of call, offering free and impartial advice on energy efficiency, renewable heating and fuel poverty support in Scotland. Warmer Home Scotland provides grant-funded installation of measures such as insulation and heating systems for eligible households, which helps to cut bills. And I've mentioned a number of times our grant and loan scheme. This is providing grants and interest-free loans to help homeowners install energy efficiency measures. And of course, I must mention our area-based schemes and our social housing net zero fund, which help to accelerate energy efficiency and clean heat projects across communities for domestic properties, ensuring the progress at scale that is needed to complement our other schemes.
Thank you. That concludes this statement. I'll allow a moment or two for front benches to organise before we move on to the next item.
Thank you. The next item of business is a statement by Kate Forbes on Alexander Dennis Limited. The Deputy First Minister will take questions at the end of her statement, and so there should be no interventions or interruptions. And I call on Deputy First Minister to make her statement. Up to 10 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I welcome the opportunity to update Parliament on this topic. My previous statement on Alexander Dennis was on the 17th of September, just 2 days after the First Minister had joined hundreds of workers at Larbert as they received the welcome news that the threat of redundancy had been lifted and Alexander Dennis had decided to continue bus manufacturing in Scotland. That landmark occasion was welcomed across this chamber and celebrated in the local communities of Larbert and Falkirk. The preceding few months had been deeply worrying for the workforce as they faced the loss of up to 400 roles. As I made clear in September and reiterate today, that positive outcome was by no means guaranteed. In truth, it was hard-won, achieved only through the goodwill, determination and collaboration of a range of partners, including the management and the workers of Alexander Dennis, the trade unions and our enterprise agencies. The key contribution of the Scottish Government was to put in place a truly innovative and exceptional intervention. The First Minister was delighted to announce up to £4.1 million of Scottish Government funding towards a 26-week furlough scheme, the first time that any Scottish Government had supported a company-administered furlough scheme. The furlough grant is restricted to shop floor workers based in Scotland whose roles are linked directly to bus production. During the grant period, the company is entitled to recover from the Scottish Government 80% of the basic wage costs of its manufacturing staff, up to a maximum claim of £2,500 per employee per month. Alexander Dennis continues to be responsible for the payment of wages above that threshold and for employers' national insurance and pension contributions. So our furlough support is a time-limited, proportionate and targeted intervention designed to preserve bus production in Scotland. Had we not acted at pace over the summer, Scotland would have lost for good the capability to build the latest zero-emission electric buses, the very technology required to decarbonise the bus network. We took that bold and innovative step because we believe that Alexander Dennis and bus building in Scotland are synonymous, and because this government is committed to retain the skills and industrial capacity needed to build zero-emission vehicles. Alongside our duty to support the workers and companies who are producing the technologies that will power the transition to net zero, our policy is to support travel by bus and to encourage investment in a more efficient vehicle that directly emits no greenhouse gases. Bus travel remains the most frequently used mode of public transport, linking communities, people, businesses and essential services in every part of Scotland. Buses provide an effective alternative to the car in busy city centres and in rural areas, like my own constituency, where rail services are limited. Around 334 million passenger journeys were made by bus in Scotland in 2023 to 2024, up 13% on the previous year, boosted by the huge success of the Under-22 free bus travel scheme. This government has increased our funding for bus services and concessionary travel from £430 million in 24-25 to almost £465 million this year. We invest all of this because bus offers a more sustainable way to keep our country moving in a way which is accessible to many. In addition, the Transport Scotland Act 2019 has now delivered the powers for local authorities and regional transport providers to take forward partnership working, franchising and local authority-run services, alongside their existing ability to subsidise services. Furthermore, with the passing of the Bus Services Act 2025 earlier this year, the bus sector now has increased certainty on the timing of the journey to net zero. And as Fiona Hislop advised the NZ Committee on Friday last week, we continue to support the sector with its journey to net zero, providing £45 million in a third competitive round of ScotZeb. The scheme will open for applications in early December, with the outcome of the competition to be awarded in early spring 2026. So, what has happened since furlough was announced? Well, following dialogue with individual employees and union engagement, Alexander Dennis commenced its furlough scheme on the 22nd of September. In the 8 weeks since then, and with the support of the unions, furloughed employees have been offered a range of volunteering opportunities to use their skills and support their communities until orders pick up again and production restarts. I want to praise the shop floor workers of Alexander Dennis. Their resilience and willingness to modernise operational working practices is a testament to their commitment to the future of Alexander Dennis and was a key factor enabling the company to take a different approach. I continue to engage with Unite and GMB representatives and indeed have just come straight from a conversation with both of them. I remain impressed by their determination to support their members, their desire to find solutions and their openness to change. The Scottish Government and our agencies also remain in regular direct contact with the business. The First Minister and I spoke with senior executives of Alexander Dennis and the NFI Group last week, and Scottish Enterprise continues to offer training and other productivity-enhancing assistance. R&D and operational support from Scottish Enterprise is helping the company meet market challenges and make sure that the production sites exit furlough with improved performance. Members will no doubt ask me about the order book for Alexander Dennis, and as I said in response to questions following my last statement, that is a commercially sensitive matter for the company. I will not be able to go into any detail on it. What I can say is that I've been assured that the company has been working hard to secure orders in national and international markets, and Alexander Dennis is confident in its ability to secure new work. I want now to turn to the role that the UK Government can play in supporting domestic manufacturing, because I'm aware that Alexander Dennis is meeting this week with UK ministers and will press them for change in UK procurement and subsidy control rules. As 9 in every 10 public services buses in the UK operates outside of Scotland, we want to see a long-term pipeline of orders and a supportive UK approach to subsidy and procurement. The future pipeline of demand for zero-emission buses across the UK is essential to support bus manufacturing in Scotland. Transport Scotland is working with the UK Bus Manufacturing Expert Panel, who are working with UK local and mayoral authorities to develop a demand pipeline for zero-emission buses. That work has enormous potential for Alexander Dennis. But future demand is not yet clearly visible to manufacturers, and it's not coming to market as quickly as hoped and expected. So, in conclusion, Presiding Officer, we've always been clear that the Scottish Government's furlough support scheme was a necessary but temporary measure, providing a platform to secure the highly skilled manufacturing jobs that we need for Scotland's transition to net zero during the present gap in orders. It's essential that the UK Government is wholly engaged in this matter and does all it can to support domestic bus manufacturing. And I would urge the UK Government to accelerate progress in this area towards immediate publication of the expert panel's demand pipeline for EV buses. I have every confidence that the management team and the workforce at Alexander Dennis are committed to developing great products and can win the orders that the company needs to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister. The Deputy First Minister will now take questions on the issues raised in her statement. I intend to allow around 20 minutes for questions, after which we will move on to the next item of business. And I would invite those members who would wish to ask a question to please press the request to speak buttons. And I call Megan Gallagher.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and may I also thank the Deputy First Minister for advance sight of her statement. When previously asked about the procurement rules tilting the field against domestic producers, the Minister has pointed to Section 17 of the Subsidy Control Act 2022, which prohibits the giving of subsidies that are contingent on using domestic over imported goods or services. And I also note that there was a recurring theme through the Deputy First Minister's statement this afternoon, that there was a finger-pointing of blame towards the UK Government as opposed to the Scottish Government taking responsibility. But given the Procurement Reform Scotland Act 2014 mandates the consideration of social value in procurement, surely the Deputy First Minister must realise that this shows a failure on the Scottish Government to create these frameworks that recognise the social value of Alexander Dennis and other domestic manufacturers, and of course what they contribute and add to our economy. And does she accept, and it's similar to the question that I put to her last time this issue was raised, that without this progression on the underlying structural and policy barriers that have left Alexander Dennis, our flagship bus manufacturer, exposed to unfair competition, that this will keep reoccurring until the Scottish Government actually puts these measures in place to make sure that we're not only bolstering our economy but protecting the jobs and the skill sets that we need?
Deputy First Minister.
Well, I do take some issue with Megan Gallagher's characterisation of finger-pointing, because actually in my statement I think I was very open about the areas in which the Scottish Government can take action, and the proof of that is that we have taken action. And the fact that promises were made by the UK Government and we haven't seen the progress that we would like. I just read the commentary that is given by businesses themselves, including today at Mossmoran, to see the identification of UK Government policies. And the bottom line is that when it comes to procurement law is a devolved matter, but it's subject to international obligations which are reserved. And in common with the rest of the UK, we cannot legislate to allow for discrimination in favour of domestic bidders at the expense of bidders from countries with which a relevant international trade agreement applies. So to amend procurement law in order to enable preferential treatment for domestic manufacturers would require the UK to make fundamental changes to its international trade obligations before being able to amend procurement legislation. I was pleased that she did identify the progress that Scotland has made. Scotland has a sustainable procurement duty under the Procurement Reform Scotland Act 2014. That requires authorities to consider economic, social and environmental well-being. And the Public Procurement Strategy for Scotland, which is running from 2023 to 2028, reinforces that requirement, aiming to embed community wealth building, fair work and net zero objectives. So I've always invited the Chamber, when discussing these issues, to deal with the facts as they are and to give total reassurance that we are committed to supporting Scottish industry. And if you want any proof, look at what we've done at Alexander Dennis.
Daniel Johnson.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And I welcome the opportunity to ask questions about this incredibly important topic. First of all, the Deputy First Minister set out that she could not provide detail on specific orders, but given that we're a third of the way through this process and the furlough scheme is contingent on orders coming forward, can I at least ask what level of insight the Scottish Government is being provided, and does she share the confidence of the firm that those orders are in train? And secondly, on the Subsidy Control Act, there was correspondence at the start, through the summer from the Cabinet Office pointing out that social value criteria can be used through the Subsidy Control Act. So can I ask, given that a third round of ScotZEB is coming forward, what re-examination of the accommodations within the Subsidy Control Act have been made by the Scottish Government, and what redesign of that grant scheme have been made in order to perhaps enable more money to go towards domestic producers? Thank you.
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you. In terms of the level of insight and the confidence that we have, I can assure the member that we remain extremely close to conversations with the company. And I mentioned that the conversation that the First Minister and I had as recently as Thursday evening on these matters. So the level of engagement at the moment is extremely helpful from our perspective to understand. And I note that the company issued a correspondence with their own workforce today as well, to just continue to give that level of reassurance. And then, of course, with the engagement with the unions as well, I'm hearing directly from them about how the workforce are feeling a few weeks into furlough. In terms of the conversations that we have had with the UK Government, we are still very much engaging with the UK Government on subsidy control legislation. Changes to the Subsidy Control Act are not likely to unlock an ability to place bus orders with Alexander Dennis, because buses are typically purchased by bus operating companies who are not normally subject to public procurement or subsidy control law. And Section 17 of the Subsidy Control Act prohibits subsidies being given which are contingent on using domestic over imported goods or services. And so our engagement with the UK Government is looking at how criteria about community benefit can be defined, and some of the points that I've shared with Megan Gallagher. But bottom line, when it comes to ScotZEB 3, I know that Fiona Hislop updated the Parliamentary Committee last week, and considering the level of discussion that we are all having about supporting Scottish industry, I can assure him that we are doing everything within our powers, within the law, to ensure that we support Scottish industry. And I'm always open to ideas and suggestions from across the chamber, but I can assure him and others that we have taken a very proactive approach to how we use procurement to support Scottish industry.
I call Michael Matheson to be followed by Stephen Kerr.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And can I say I'm grateful to Deputy First Minister and also to the First Minister for their ongoing engagement with ADL based in my constituency. I think it's important that we do address what are the structural issues that have led us to this particular situation, which are around the Subsidy Control Act. Can I therefore ask the Deputy First Minister if there are two measures that you would engage with the UK Government on? The first is in relation to increasing the social value weighting across public sector procurement, potentially moving it as high as 30% in order to help to support domestic production. And the second is to ensure that domestic and international bidders are subject to the requirement for the Fair Work First policy in an equal way in the way in which the ADL invest within their workforce. Both these measures, I believe, would help to create a level playing field for ADL, but importantly, a level playing field for the workforce at ADL.
Deputy First Minister.
Well, I appreciate Michael Matheson's questions on this, and when it comes to the work that my colleague Fiona Hislop is progressing around the procurement, she, I'm sure, will listen very carefully to the points that Michael Matheson has made in terms of undertaking that fair and open competition focused on operators of public service routes. But in terms of the 2 points that he has identified, he will appreciate are looking at all opportunities to continue to support the Scottish economy and key industries within the economy.
I call Stephen Kerr, who's joining us remotely, to be followed by Michelle Thompson.
Well, can I first of all thank Deputy First Minister for responding to my request for a statement on ADL. I have to say that I'm not content with the line which she's going down in respect to the UK government being solely responsible for changes to procurement frameworks. It's also down to the Scottish Government. So can I ask her, when did she last meet UK ministers? What did she discuss? And what expectation does she have for change to procurement frameworks from the UK Government? And in respect to ScotZeb 3, can she explain what specific reforms have been made within the Scotland's own procurement systems since September to give proper weighting to domestic, economic and social benefit and industrial capacity?
Deputy First Minister.
Well, I engage regularly. If he wants to know my diary, I engaged with the UK Government Minister as recently as the end of last week, I think it was, mid to end of last week, and that was the Secretary of State for Scotland. And in terms of the points that he has asked around changes since September, I think I laid out quite clearly in my answer to Megan Gallagher where some of the restrictions are. We have already made significant reforms to Scotland's own procurement systems. We have a sustainable procurement duty, that requires authorities to consider many of the issues that he has identified. That is then reinforced in the public procurement strategy for Scotland. The point here is not whether it's a matter of my opinion, it's a matter of fact that awards of grant funding are subject to subsidy control law and procurement law, whilst a devolved matter is subject to international obligations which are reserved.
I call Michelle Thompson to be followed by Claire Baker.
Alexander Dennis has an important footprint across the entirety of Falkirk District, and I'm grateful for Scottish Government support. However, despite this, the wider supply chain is also at risk, and the Cabinet Secretary correctly calls for the UK Government to accelerate the demand pipeline for EV buses. But can she also confirm that there's also positive implications for the wider supply chain in calling for this action, and this makes the need for pace even more important?
Deputy First Minister.
Well, Michelle Thompson's absolutely right to highlight the impact on the wider supply chain. It's something that we've been very conscious of throughout, and why we recognise that Alexander Dennis was essentially a critical asset within the Scottish economy and within that area. In terms of the impacts on supply chain, we have focused very much in our support for Alexander Dennis on how to ensure that they have an appropriate order book, because whilst there's various different initiatives that we can support, like furlough, ultimately the long-term future of the company and the knock-on benefits to the supply chain are contingent on a healthy order book, and that remains the focus for the company.
I call Claire Baker to be followed by Jamie Hepburn.
Thank you. A number of members have asked about procurement rules. Under current procurement rules, Greater Manchester Combined Authority had already purchased over 160 buses from Alexander Dennis since 2022. That is more than 4 times the ScotZeb scheme from the Scottish Government did. 67% of ScotZeb 2 orders were then sent to Chinese manufacturers. So could the Cabinet Secretary clarify, a number of people have tried to get clarification on this, but could she clarify how the current round of funding of ScotZeb will prevent this happening again?
Deputy First Minister.
Labour keep rerunning this question, despite the fact that I think we've provided facts in the past, and we have pursued suggestions that have come to us. So, for example, the big Labour question used to be why did we not use the CCS framework? I think the CDL also suggested that approach, and unlike Transport for Greater Manchester, Transport Scotland does not own or operate buses, and therefore there is a limited rationale for Transport Scotland to procure the buses directly, and so we will continue to exhaust all the options at our disposal to support ADL going forward.
I call Jamie Hepburn to be followed by Mark Ruskell.
The Deputy First Minister mentioned the Transport Act that this Parliament passed in 2019. Does she agree that Alexander Dennis is very well placed, just as local communities are looking for improved bus services, to benefit from local authorities using the franchising powers they have under the terms of that Act?
Deputy First Minister.
Well, we want all local transport authorities to be able to improve all of the bus services within their areas, and I've seen huge progress in my own part of Scotland as well. And through legislation, we've given local authorities powers on partnership working, franchising and to run their own bus services. So that approach enables local transport authorities to determine what is best to address any transport challenges in their local areas, and it devolves decision-making and allows for a much more tailored approach across Scotland.
Mark Ruskell, followed by Willie Rennie.
Can I welcome the fact that 26-week furlough scheme has been in place now since September and is obviously supporting workers at ADL, but I'm still trying to gauge, Deputy First Minister, how deep the commitment is for the Scottish Government to ADL. What would happen if the orders don't come at the end of that 26-week process? I hope that they will. Will the Government be prepared to extend the furlough scheme? And in terms of ScotZeb 3, obviously £45 million coming out of that. We would hope ADL would get some business on the back of that. But will that be announced before the end of the furlough scheme, which again might help to give ADL some more certainty?
Deputy First Minister.
The member will appreciate that I don't want to get into hypotheticals of the what-ifs. Things don't go as we hope, because we are working extremely hard to ensure the best outcome for Alexander Dennis. And the whole point of implementing a furlough scheme was to give us a bridge so that we could overcome this gap. So we're remaining very close to ADL. He will recall that when we first announced the furlough scheme, I was very clear that Alexander Dennis was responsible for evidencing substantial orders before any grants can be claimed, and the whole approach here is to ensure that there is an order book. So I will avoid answering the question, but I hope he can see from our track record that we absolutely have done everything we can to support ADL to this point, and that should give confidence that we will continue to do everything that we can to support ADL going forward.
I call Willie Rennie to be followed by Jackie Dunbar.
The Deputy First Minister is not able to tell us an awful lot about Alexander Dennis, following on from her previous statement. So can I ask her about the franchising powers from the 2019 Act that Jamie Hepburn referred to? The First Minister will quite rightly identify to the Deputy First Minister that Stagecoach are a law unto themselves in Tayside and in Fife, chopping and changing services on a regular basis. But we won't get these franchising powers in Scotland until at least 2030. Why is it taking so long to get these powers in place? They're moving forward in Strathclyde, but Fife is even further behind.
Mr. Rennie.
Why are we not making progress?
Could I just say I'm not entirely sure of the direct relevance of that question to the statement. I think it is a bit wide, Mr. Rennie. Thank you very much, and we'll move on to the next question, which hopefully will relate directly to the matters raised in the statement. I'm hopeful that Jackie Dunbar will be on point, and then I'll call Douglas Lumsden. Point of order, Mr. Rennie.
The franchising was specifically referenced by the Deputy First Minister in her very own statement. And in fact, Jamie Hepburn also referenced franchising in his question. So I think it's particularly appropriate.
Well, I heard a lot of talk about franchising in Tayside and Stagecoach and Strathclyde, and I'm not really entirely sure that's all relevant to Alexander Dennis. And I think, as I say, I would like to move on to Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'll try my best. Can the Cabinet Secretary provide an update on the latest Scottish Government engagement with employees of Alexander Dennis and trade unions, and how their vital input has contributed to the point we have reached so far?
Deputy First Minister.
Well, I spoke separately to GMB and Unite the Union earlier today, and heard directly from the shop floor workers. We talked about the general sense of well-being of the workforce. The point was made that obviously now 6 or so weeks in, it becomes even more important for workers to have other opportunities, which is why we were supporting volunteering opportunities, and that is particularly the case if the furlough scheme lasts for the full 26 weeks.
I call Douglas Lumsden to be followed by Kevin Stewart. Mr. Lumsden.
Presiding Officer, through ScotZeb 2 funding, 44 buses were purchased from Alexander Dennis, while 171 were purchased from Yutong in China. Now, the Deputy First Minister has said that ScotZeb 3 will be different. So can I ask the Deputy First Minister, will that require a change of law to be different? And if it's not, is that an admission that ScotZeb 2 got it wrong?
Deputy First Minister.
Well, I would urge the member to look at the letter that Fiona Hislop sent to the Economy, Net Zero and Transport Committee last week, because that sets out the contents of ScotZeb 3. She stated in that letter that the new phase will build directly on ScotZeb 2. It will take the form of a fair and open competition focused on operators of public service routes. The scheme guidance is being finalised, and ScotZeb 3 will open for applications in early December. I'm sure he'll appreciate that, in the spirit of moving at pace with these opportunities, which I know Parliament is always keen to see us do, to go through an entire legislative process would mean we're probably still talking about it this time next year.
And I call Kevin Stewart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. It's vital that we continue to stand up for Scotland's manufacturers like Alexander Dennis, and to protect skills, jobs and industries. Can the Cabinet Secretary give us an insight into the challenges posed by UK economic policies, such as the Energy Profit Levy, or in the case of Alexander Dennis, the Subsidy Control Act, and those policies' impact on jobs and economic growth?
Deputy First Minister.
Take my lead from the companies themselves and the reasons that they give for either closure or redundancies. And in many cases, we know that the policies, whether it's Subsidy Control Act or procurement, or, as he mentioned, the Energy Profits Levy, do need to be resolved at source. And I put on the record that I'm very keen to work with the UK Government to do that. We saw a lot of positive sentiment when Alexander Dennis first expressed concern about their future. Unfortunately, we haven't seen that pipeline of opportunities, manufacturing opportunities, and we haven't seen any tangible suggestions for changes to procurement or subsidy control, which would enable a more proactive approach to supporting domestic industry.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister. That concludes the statement. There will be a short pause before we move on to the next item of business to allow frontbench teams to change position should they wish. Thank you. Thank you. The next item of business is a debate on motion 19739 in the name of Mairi Gougeon on supporting Scotland's fishing industry. I would ask those members who would wish to speak in the debate to please press the request to speak buttons, and I call on Cabinet Secretary Mairi Gougeon to speak to and to move the motion. Up to 11 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Today's debate is an opportunity to set out Scotland's approach to this year's fisheries negotiations and the setting of fishing opportunities for the year ahead. It also is a chance to recognise the economic, social and cultural importance of fishing to Scotland, acknowledging the challenges and reaffirming our commitment to supporting our fishing industry. Despite the current pressures, the fishing industry remains resilient, sustaining many coastal and island communities. In 2024, Scottish vessels landed 561,000 tonnes of sea fish and shellfish worth £756 million, the highest value in tonnage in a decade. We must also recognise the wider seafood supply chain, our ports, hauliers and many onshore businesses, including processors, that supply quality seafood to domestic and export markets, supporting thousands of jobs. Now, we also know the sector faces challenges, such as the increasing demands on our seas and the uncertainty facing businesses. What is clear is that for decades, our fishing communities have been let down by successive UK governments. The previous UK Conservative government Brexit deal fell far short of promised quota increases and created trade barriers, harming competitiveness and worsening labour shortages. And to compound matters, in May, we were landed with a trade and cooperation agreement by the UK Labour government that extended fisheries access to 2038. Now, while I welcome aspects of the wider deal, such as those that hope to reduce costs and delays for seafood exports, the fact is the Fisheries Access Agreement falls well short for the fishing industry. Yes, I will.
Douglas Ross.
The Cabinet Secretary is speaking a lot about other party policies on fishing. Can she confirm it is still SNP policy to rejoin the European Union and the Common Fisheries Policy?
Cabinet Secretary.
My party and my government's position that was set out in a series of published papers that set out that Scotland, when we become an independent country, will rejoin the EU, where we will be a key player in our marine environment and represent our fisheries sector, unlike the other parties in this chamber. Now, the agreement, as I was talking about, it should be noted that was reached between the UK Labour government and the EU with no discussion whatsoever with either Scottish industry or the Scottish Government. But it gets worse, Presiding Officer. Members present today will be aware of the recent UK Government's announcement that they intend to allocate just £28 million of the £360 million Fishing and Coastal Growth Fund to Scotland is nothing short of insulting to our vital fishing industry and coastal communities. The UK Government must reconsider its approach and enter into discussions with devolved governments and fishing industry leaders to agree a way forward which treats our industries and communities with the respect they deserve. The Scottish fishing sector accounts for over 60% of the UK's fishing capacity in seafood exports, and more than 75% of all UK quota species are landed by Scottish vessels. To give Scotland a meagre 7.78% of the Fishing and Coastal Growth Fund confirms they simply don't care about our fishing industry. Now, I wrote to UK ministers on Wednesday, the 22nd of October, setting out our serious concerns with the announced approach. There's been no reply to my letter. Our position is shared by key Scottish stakeholders who have jointly written to the UK Government, calling for the Scottish Seafood Industry Action Group to be reconvened to discuss this urgent issue alongside other concerns. Now, I've written to the UK Government echoing these calls and asking for the Action Group to be reconvened urgently, but again, I've received no response. Isn't it ironic that a group established to deal with the difficulties the sector faced from EU exit is once again being called to meet in light of UK Government choices? Now, in contrast, Presiding Officer, this Government will continue to do all it can within the powers we have to support the fishing industry and coastal communities. Now, we have a strong record of supporting our marine sectors through our Marine Fund Scotland. Since its launch in 2021, the fund has awarded over £70 million in grants to 390 projects, enabling over £150 million of investment. We can do so much more, but that requires Westminster to listen and act upon industry calls for a fair funding settlement. When we look to our fisheries management strategy, it's driving innovation and sustainability through measures such as remote electronic monitoring, vessel tracking and the future catching policy. We're also working towards more sustainable inshore fisheries through our Inshore Fisheries Management Improvement Programme. We want to develop an agile framework for managing our complex inshore fisheries, one that is more flexible to changing needs of the marine environment and our fishers, and one that can more easily deliver regionally distinct fisheries management measures. Scottish seafood remains amongst the best in the world, and strengthening the role that it plays in the global market is a key shared goal for government and industry alike. Scotland's fisheries are already heavily regulated, with measures such as quotas, effort controls and technical measures, providing a platform for fishing to operate responsibly and sustainably. Scotland's fishers understand better than anyone the importance of safeguarding our seas for future generations. Their dedication, expertise and innovation is pivotal in delivering sustainable fishing and a healthy marine environment both now and into the future. Now, I understand the challenges facing the fishing industry and concerns regarding the increasing pressure on marine space, including from offshore wind. Now, this government has a fundamental role to play in managing the marine space and ensuring the interests of all marine users, including our valued fishing sector, are properly considered. Our sectoral planning process for offshore wind seeks to avoid or minimise negative interactions between offshore wind development, the environment and other marine sectors such as fishing. It's vitally important we continue to take an evidence-based approach and continue to work together across all sectors to manage our marine space effectively, to ensure that the fishing industry can continue to thrive. Yes, I will. Finlay Carson.
Given away, but can you answer the question, why has the Scottish Government defunded the Marine Directorate, which limits their ability to do the data collection that's required, but also prevents them from looking at future fisheries like the cockle fishery on the Solway?
Cabinet Secretary.
There's a few points in there on which I have been engaging with Finlay Carson, but he'll also be aware that there was an increase, if he's referring to the science budget of the Marine Directorate earlier this year. Now, we've reflected many times on the partnership work that's needed to deliver effective fisheries and marine management. Our collaborative approach has worked well for the development of fisheries management measures for offshore MPAs, where we have taken a balanced and pragmatic approach. That collaboration is always important, but never more so than when we're facing difficult challenges and choices. Now, in my time as Fisheries Minister, I've seen the resilience that the fishing industry has displayed in the face of unprecedented challenges and recent periods of upheaval and uncertainty, and our industry is facing a very challenging year ahead. There is no getting away from the challenging advice we have across the North East Atlantic and a range of species where substantial cuts are proposed by ICES that, if enacted, will have far-reaching social and economic impacts on our fishermen and processors. And I've already expressed these concerns to DEFRA ministers. ICES advice is challenging for a number of our key stocks this year, not least the iconic stocks of cod and mackerel. There are many factors that might be contributing to this, such as natural mortality, climate impacts and low recruitment across the North East Atlantic. Our stocks are jointly managed with the fishing nations around us, with total allowable catches agreed annually, varying year to year based on science. So change isn't unusual, but it's the scale that makes this feel different on so many levels. Fish stocks are oblivious to lines on maps, and it's crucial that the UK works with its coastal state partners to find joint solutions that ensure the sustainability of both of our fish stocks and our catching and processing sectors. And negotiations on 2026 fishing opportunities are already well underway, and I'm in regular contact with our negotiators as they work to represent and promote Scottish interests. But I'd like to spend a bit of time outlining my objectives for mackerel and cod. North Sea cod is not collapsing, but if we don't proceed with equal attention to biomass recovery and TAC constraints across a number of stocks found in the same fishery, then we will be risking the viability of Scottish whitefish vessels. The ICES advice shows a stark picture of the health of the southern substock, and this is primarily what is driving down the overall advice. ICES is attempting to manage the whole northern shelf stock based on the depleted state of the southern stock. And it's my view that the priority in these negotiations must be the immediate implementation of spatial management measures that restrict potential catches of that southern stock. We already have significant measures in place in Scottish waters, and we will urgently review these to see what, if any, improvements can be made. The Scottish Government's economic analysis shows that a 50% reduction in northern shelf cod quota could see an estimated reduction in landed value of between £19 and £21.5 million to Scottish fishers. 303 Scottish vessels are included in this analysis, of which 35 vessels saw northern shelf cod worth an average of 25% of their total landed value per vessel. If historic fishing patterns continue, it's estimated that 40% of those vessels would be expected not to make a profit next year. This is also an important species for the onshore sector, with northern shelf cod making up more than 5% of the total landed value for Kinloch Bervie, Peterhead, Scrabster and Shetland. Advocating for an alternative to the headline advice that should still deliver an improvement in the biomass and delivering a sufficient quota for the North Sea and west of Scotland is a sensible and precautionary approach and one of our top priorities. For our pelagic sector, and in particular the mackerel fishery, my officials are exploring a significant package of measures, again focused on delivering a positive impact on stock biomass, as well as real progress towards a more comprehensive sharing agreement between partners, which has been sadly lacking and inevitably has been a contributing factor to this advice. Now is the time to make real progress on mackerel shares and stop the unilateral actions and subsequent overfishing. Now, regardless of any actions we can successfully deliver, we will still be in unprecedented territory for attack being set for 2026, well below anything we have seen on advice sheets at least since 1987. These impacts will be felt across the sector, but by none more than our onshore processors. Between 2020 and 2023, mackerel accounted for around 1/3 of the total tonnage and 1/4 of the total landed value landed into Scotland by the Scottish fleet. The 4 major mackerel processing businesses in Scotland employed over 300 people in production and operations alone in 2023. Many pelagic processing jobs could be at risk and impacts felt throughout the sector if appropriate action is not taken. And it's for this reason that I'm urgently looking at what, if any, other measures I can take as Cabinet Secretary to support the onshore processing sector. These are significant challenges for our pelagic and demersal sector, but with the enormously constructive input from fishing representatives and my committed team of negotiators,
Cabinet Secretary is concluding.
We hope to deliver the best outcome possible for Scotland. Presiding Officer, these are uncertain times for our fishing industry and the wider seafood sector. The negotiations are challenging, but I can assure you we will work collaboratively with international partners to secure the best outcome for Scotland. This SNP government will continue to stand, as it always has done, with our coastal communities and support a thriving, modern and sustainable fishing industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. Could you please move the motion?
I move the motion.
And I now call on Tomigo to speak to and move Amendment 19739.2. Up to 7 minutes, please.
I move the amendment in my name. Presiding Officer, thank you. And let me begin by thanking the Cabinet Secretary for bringing this debate on fishing. I have been asking for this for quite some time. Indeed, I issued a press release months ago urging the Parliament to confront head-on both the challenges and the future of our fishing industry. I am therefore grateful that today we dedicate our time to a sector that is woven into the fabric of who we are as a nation. Because fishing is not merely an industry. Generations have built their lives around the sea, and the sea has shaped the communities they call home. And as we acknowledge that cultural importance, we must also acknowledge the cost. Many here will know families who have lost loved ones at sea, brave men and women taken far too soon. Their sacrifice reminds us that fishing is not a statistic or a policy area. It is a way of life carried by people whose courage underpins the prosperity of our coastal Scotland. Yet despite this, our fishing industry is today under immense economic strain. Scotland has been awarded just £28 million from the UK's new £360 million Fishing and Coastal Growth Fund. That is 7.78% of the total. Yet we account for almost half the fishing jobs in the UK. Our Scottish registered vessels contribute over 60% of the value of all UK landings. The arithmetic speaks for itself. This allocation is not just inadequate, it is fundamentally unfair. I welcome that the Cabinet Secretary has raised this in her motion, which we will support that part of, and I hope she will support our amendment, which I will come to later. Because at the moment, £2.3 million to support our coastal communities each year, and renew fleets, back innovation and invest in the next generation of fishermen does not come close enough. Perhaps Labour colleagues will bring us some good news that Westminster have heard Scotland's call, and they will bring with them a better, fairer offer. But funding is only part of the challenge. Out at sea, another pressure is growing, and growing fast: spatial squeeze. This is a term many people outside the industry have never heard, yet its consequences will be felt across Scotland. Spatial squeeze happens when competing maritime uses, wind farms, marine protected areas, new cables and pipelines tighten the space in which our fishermen can operate. The Scottish Fishermen's Federation has been crystal clear. Continued development at the current rate could displace fishing effort to such an extent that the remaining grounds simply cannot absorb the loss. A joint study by the NFFO and the SFF outlines scenarios where the expansion of offshore renewables leads to major reductions in fishing output and substantial job losses, not only on vessels, but across the entire coastal communities that depend on them. This is not a theoretical concern. Time and again, marine planning decisions proceed without meaningful engagement with those who depend on the sea for their livelihood. Perhaps in closing, the government could help me understand why there is not fuller discussions with the industry about fair compensation. I want to acknowledge some of the individuals who have helped shine a light on these issues, people who have spent decades advocating for the industry, pushing it forward and ensuring its stories are heard. People like Peter Smith of Bucky, an innovator whose adventures aboard the Victory are known in communities across the country. Jim Cowie in Caithness, a merchant, processor, auctioneer, restaurateur and now podcast host, whose passion for Scottish seafood has never dimmed. Jimmy Buchan, who needs no introduction and whose lifelong dedication to the sector is felt from the deck of the boat to the halls of government. And people like Hans Uncles, whose electric boat, the Lorna Jane, shows what innovation in the fleet can truly look like. There are more, of course, that I could name, not least the incredible duo of ex-skipper and industry stalwart Ian Gatt and SSF Chief Executive Elspeth MacDonald, who I believe are up in the gallery today. Fishermen have highlighted concerns over the relationship between UK and EU vessels in Scottish waters, where rules are not being enforced properly, and that our own fishermen are losing out because of it. They see rules applied lightly for others and heavily for us, as they see the consequences of the 12-year deal that allows EU access to UK waters. Many in Scotland's fleet believe that that deal undermined our negotiating position and their economic future. For them, it was a moment of deep frustration. Now, turning to our whitefish or demersal sector, we face another crisis, the IC's zero catch advice for northern shelf cod. Industry leaders have called this outrageous. The Shetland Fishermen's Association described it as fleet-ending madness, and they are right to raise the alarm, because cod, haddock, whiting and other species are caught together in mixed fisheries. You cannot simply legislate cod out of the net. It is impossible to eliminate cod bycatch while still catching other species, and that means a blanket ban is not only unworkable, it is potentially devastating. What we need is a smarter, more nuanced, evidence-based approach. Our pelagic fleet faces its own pressures. Cuts to key quotas, especially for mackerel, are projected to hit hard from 2026 onwards. These cuts will not just impact the catching sector, they will hit processors, hauliers and the many coastal businesses that rely on the fleet's success. But I caution the government that changes to the economic link requirements are not the right answer. This is why it is vital that the fishing industry is properly listened to, not as an observer, not as a stakeholder, but as a primary partner. Now, I want to highlight one positive and forward-looking initiative, the Clyde Vision. The strategy provides a comprehensive vision for investment, sustainability and growth in the inshore sector in the Clyde region. It deserves to be taken seriously in government planning, not just as a document, but as a roadmap for real, meaningful development. Because when we speak about fishing, we must remember the wider picture. This is an industry that supports thousands of jobs, contributes millions to our economy, or anchors remote and island communities and plays a critical role in our domestic food security. It also contributes to the stewardship of our marine environment. Responsible fishing and healthy seas must go hand in hand. We need to reaffirm, not just in words but in action, our commitment to protecting livelihoods, safeguarding food security and ensuring that fishermen, not distant bureaucracies or competing commercial pressures, are placed at the centre of decision-making. Now, finally, I want to turn to the Murray Flow Park. Last week, hundreds of people, over 600, came to my public meeting in Findhorn and Nairn. Their message was simple. They are not opposed to progress, but they want development done properly, at the right time, in the right place, and with genuine consideration for livelihoods and local ecology. Many fishermen in Murray feel misled and overlooked. Some have invested heavily to diversify their businesses, to build resilience, to create jobs, yet they are being asked to sacrifice everything for projects that appear rushed, poorly sited and lacking proper engagement. The proposed location for the Murray Flow Park covers several protected areas, sits close to a Ramsar site and lies adjacent to a nature reserve. These are not minor details, they are significant concerns. Our motion today accepts the SNP's wording on fishing, but I ask all parties, will you stand with us in sending a clear, united message that developments like Murray Flow Park must not proceed in the wrong place at the wrong time? Because the message from local people was loud, clear and heartfelt, and ignoring it would be an abdication of our responsibility. Presiding Officer, Scottish fishing is more than an industry, it is a heritage, it is a community, it is the backbone of our coastal identity. But today that future is under threat. Unfair funding decisions, from spatial squeeze, from harsh quota cuts and from policies that fail to grasp the realities of life at sea. We must be able to deliver a proper long-term future that fishermen deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Rigo. I now call on Rhoda Grant to speak to Move Amendment 19739.3. Up to 6 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I want to start by paying tribute to our fishing industry. It's a dangerous industry. It delivers us food security and also economic value in Scotland. Presiding Officer, the Scottish Government used this debate to complain about the allocation of the Fishing and Coastal Fund, but it was devolved at their request. And when making this request, they knew that the only mechanism to devolve funding is through the Barnett formula, which means they knew the proportion of the fund that would come to Scotland. In the full knowledge of the larger Scottish fishing industry, they should have looked and spoken to, they should have looked at a UK-wide fund, and they should have spoken to the UK government and at least tried to negotiate a different mechanism to devolve the funding before they agreed to have that funding devolved. Torquil Crichton, MSP for the Western Isles, has asked DEFRA to look at that methodology again. And this is what the Scottish Government should have done before they asked for the funding to devolve. It's late in the day for the Scottish Government to make the same request that they should have done before asking for the funding to be devolved. Neither is it clear that what the Scottish Government will do with the funding. Will it be added to the Marine Scotland Fund, or will it be used differently? The Liberal Democrat amendment to this debate suggests the Scottish Government should practice what they preach and provide a greater share of the fishing funding to Shetland. Shetland accounts for 19% of the fish landed in Scotland, but it has only received 6%. It has only received 6% of the latest Marine Scotland Fund award.
Finlay Carson.
Much appreciate Rhoda Grant giving away, and I understand how passionate she is about fishing communities, but does Rhoda Grant believe that a reduction from 46% of the fisheries funding down to a mere 7.78, does she believe that's fair?
Rhoda Grant.
I'm certainly not arguing it's fair. What I'm arguing is the Scottish Government should have agreed a mechanism for devolving that funding. Either that, or she should have agreed for a UK-wide funding, which would have allowed our fishers to get a fair amount of the funding. Now, the Scottish Government also has money within its budget to increase the funds that they offer our fishing industry. Presiding Officer, we also need to look at how we access quota and how we manage it differently. Current fishing boat owners own licences and they own quotas, and it's theirs to do with as they wish. They can leave the industry but still control it. They can sell their quota and licences to the highest bidder, regardless of who that is or where they live. Therefore, any new quota should be leased in the public interest, not sold to the highest bidder. We should also build on the Shetland model, where quota is owned by the community and then leased to those who live locally and land their catch in Shetland. Orkney Council and Colleen and Neil and Shear also do this with prawn quota. This gives the council the ability to manage their fisheries in a way that benefits their local economies. The UK Fisheries Act 2020 states that quota is a public asset and requires Scottish ministers to allocate it using transparent and objective criteria. That criteria should include environmental, social and economic factors. This is not happening, and I am again sorry that the Cabinet Secretary has not used this debate to tell us what steps the Scottish Government are taking to do this. We are also concerned about the other pressures on the fishing industry. We are all aware of the scandal of ScotWind and how a ceiling was set for bids to develop renewable projects. What is also concerning is these sites were auctioned without discussion with the fishing industry. All the briefings we've had for this debate, and despite there being diverging views on a number of things, all those people agree that there is an urgent need for spatial planning, and that simply is not happening. I need to make progress. And it's not just wind turbines, it's interconnectors, it's telecommunication cables, it's fish farming. The list goes on. Indeed, the Conservatives in their own amendment are alluding to some of the pressures that come on our marine environment. There must be a plan to ensure that we don't have conflict and tensions between industries, and I look forward to hearing what the Cabinet Secretary has to tell us about that in her summing up. She also spoke about her concerns about fishing opportunities next year, with total allowable catch reductions on the horizon. So I hope that she will address the science we base our fishing catches upon. Again, this year we see discrepancies between what the industry believes and what the science is telling us, and has long been a bone of contention. When the Rural and Islands Committee visited the Marine Laboratory in Aberdeen earlier this year, we were shocked to see the conditions in which our scientists work. The accommodation was dire. Some of the equipment was warehoused in other institutions. Their lecture theatre was a storage room. I was amazed they were able to work at all. Presiding Officer, there are many things we should be debating and putting in place to ensure our fishing industry thrives. Sadly, this debate is used by the Scottish Government to blame someone else, to avoid scrutiny of their own mismanagement. Scotland needs a new government that will work with the industry and put in place structures that allows it to thrive, and I move the amendment in my name.
Thank you, Ms Grant. I now call on Ariane Burgess to speak to and move Amendment 19739.1. Up to 6 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. As a representative of hundreds of coastal communities across the Highlands and Islands, I wholeheartedly share the Scottish Government's condemnation of the allocation Scotland has received through the UK Fishing and Coastal Growth Fund. This fund is meant to improve technology and equipment, both of which will be essential if we're to make fishing more sustainable and better regulated, and provide certainty to fishers so that they can operate with confidence. This fund is also meant to train the next generation of fishers and support coastal communities, two crucial goals that will stop depopulation and keep communities thriving. So it's insulting to my constituents that despite accounting for almost two-thirds of catches and exports, and despite Scotland holding roughly 60% of UK waters, our nation is getting less than 8% of this £360 million funding. To me, this says two things. Yes.
Finlay Carson.
Is it correct that given some of the amendments that the Green Party have planned to bring forward in the National Environment Bill, that Scotland won't need the 46% of funding because they'll absolutely decimate fishing in Scotland, that's inshore and offshore?
Ariane Burgess.
I don't think this is a topic of this debate. So the UK settlement, to me, says two things. One, that the UK government would rather support industrial, long-distance fleets operating out of Grimsby, which have super-wealthy owners and little regard for health of fish stocks, instead of smaller operators in towns and villages across Scotland who brave rough seas in all weathers to make a living and provide the exports that this Brexit-supporting UK government is so reliant on in its quest for economic growth. It also tells us once again that Scotland is an afterthought for politicians and officials in Westminster by denying them their fair share of this funding pot. Keir Starmer's government is actively betraying Scotland's coastal and island communities. While I hope this debate today provides reassurance to these communities that the Scottish Parliament and the Government have their backs, and also secures a rapid U-turn from the UK Government, we're once again being shown that the only way that Scotland can get fair treatment, the only way its businesses can operate with confidence, the only way it can properly plan for its future is by becoming the independent nation it is so capable of being. Scottish Greens amendment I need to make progress. The Scottish Greens amendment to the Scottish Government's motion seeks to reflect another aspect of fairness that must be addressed, namely the need for spatial management for fishing, which would relieve the severe pressure on all fishers, as well as our marine environment. We need a system that allows us to identify areas where we should or shouldn't fish, which fully adheres to the science and comes with strong local input. We also must look at how we can better support low-impact fishing, which will die out if we continue to allow trawlers to operate pretty much anywhere they please, or if bad actors continue to be able to factor paltry fines into their business plans. While I wholeheartedly agree with a lot of what the Scottish Government is saying today, there's one element of its motion that I believe needs clarity, reflection and pause, and that's the reference to the challenging advice on key stocks. You could choose to read this two ways. On the one hand, you could argue that the advice is indeed challenging. Cod and mackerel are on the precipice, not just because of overfishing, but also because of bycatch. The actual level of cod mortality has been estimated by the UK Centre for Environment, Fisheries and Aquaculture Science as being 62% higher than quota limits in recent years. To allow it to regenerate cod shouldn't be fished unless safeguards are introduced. For example, quotas should have a higher bar for eligibility to ensure that the stock can recover. This is a challenging situation for fishers who rely on cod, but it's a challenging situation that we find ourselves in because the science hasn't been enforced strongly enough in regulations. The second way that you could read the challenging advice line is more problematic. And as I heard from the Cabinet Secretary, I think that it isn't intended this way. These two words could be read as saying the advice is challenging because it's frustrating the aims of the fishing industry. I could choose to be cynical here, given that the Marine Directorate has repeatedly shown itself to be more inclined to follow the economics than the science. So is this government science-led or not? Being science-led is important for the sake of fish and coastal communities that live off them. Yes, fishers are getting scientific advice that runs counter to their aims, but this advice is crucial if there are going to be any fish to catch in the future. So although I completely sympathise with those in the industry who find the science frustrating, we must look at it through this long-term lens and view it as a form of insurance for coastal communities of the future. So can I ask that the Cabinet Secretary give priority to the low-impact fleet during the allocation of the Coastal Fishing Growth Fund? Turning to other amendments, I agree with Beatrice Wishart that the Scottish Government must provide guarantees that it will distribute the funding it has received in a proportionate manner. And it's good to see Rhoda Grant is also raising the point about space-based planning and investing in marine science. Where I can't support the Labour amendment is where it points the finger at the Scottish Government, and reading between the lines, it appears to be suggesting that the Scottish fishers and coastal communities are being punished because the Scottish Government didn't negotiate in the way that the UK Government wanted. That's not constructive, inclusive leadership. And finally, to Tim Eagle's amendment, certainly it reflects the unease I'm hearing from constituents about the Murray Flow Park, and I sympathise with his amendment, but I feel that the plans are at such an early stage that we can't yet say what the impact on local fishing will be to the sector.
Thank you, Ms Burgess. And could I ask you to move your amendment, please?
I move the amendment.
Thank you very much. And I now call on Beatrice Wishart to speak to and to move Amendment 19739.4. Up to 6 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And I'm pleased that the Scottish Government has brought a fishing debate to the Chamber. This follows my members' debate in February, which was the first fishing debate in Holyrood for some time. There are stakeholders in the public gallery today who are listening keenly to the debate, and they are very well underlines the importance and necessity of regular fisheries debates in this place. Fishermen have a direct interest in sustainable management of the seas, and the Scottish Government should be doing all it can to support them and the wider onshore industry. Our fishing fleets face difficult circumstances, and it is vital that the catching and processing sectors work together to ensure there is a future. Let us not forget what fishermen are doing in often dangerous weather. It's about providing healthy, high-protein food. There are suggestions of a 77% reduction to mackerel catches and a call for a zero total allowable catch for cod, which would see the end of many whitefish vessels. It's also been suggested that the Scottish Government's economic link policy, which requires the pelagic fleet to land 55% of their herring and mackerel quota into Scotland, be increased. That would be devastating for the Scottish pelagic fleet, which is made up of 21 family-owned vessels. Meanwhile, the fleet miss out on potentially better value from landings elsewhere, and without some of our vessels, the wider supply chain, infrastructure and economy will all be impacted. In my constituency, Shetland, any loss of pelagic vessels would affect the whole economic system and infrastructure built around it. The fish market, the marine engineering companies, the hauliers, ferriers, and even the grocery stores and butchers who provide food for cruise meals would all feel the negative impact of any fleet reduction. And there would be consequences for the whitefish fleet and the 200 or so under 10-metre vessels. Presiding Officer, the Liberal Democrat amendment calls for proportionate allocation of funding. As the Scottish Government motion states, the Fishing and Coastal Growth Fund that will come to Scotland is just about 8% of the £360 million fund. In a recent session of FMQs, I highlighted to the First Minister that 9% of the value of fish landed in the UK comes through Shetland ports. And in 2024, Shetland was responsible for 88% of Scottish total mussel production, and shellfish aquaculture is earmarked for support from this fund too. But let's remember why this fund has become available. It follows the botched Conservative Brexit deal and Labour's disastrous 12-year deal, which Scottish Fishermen's Federation said is, and I quote, an absolute disastrous outcome for Scotland's fishing fleet. The UK Government should look again at the way it allocates money through the Fishing and Coastal Growth Fund. Some of our islands and coastal communities are economically fragile, and both governments should be supporting the whole economic ecosystem, recognising the national contribution of our fishing and seafood sector. My MP colleague Alistair Carmichael, as Chair of the House of Commons Environment, Food and Rural Affairs Select Committee, was informed last week in a meeting of that committee that there were requests for the Fishing and Coastal Growth Fund to be devolved. This has led to the Barnett formula being put into practice, hence the disparity in percentages coming to Scotland, despite our importance in the overall UK fishing sector. Shetland and Scotland's fishing fleets deserve better backing from the devolved government, but I also urge the UK Government to look again at a fairer package of funding. This afternoon, Scottish Liberal Democrats will support the Conservative amendment opposing the Murray Firth Flow Park due to local concerns and the possible impact on local fishing, and we urge meaningful discussions with local stakeholders about the project. We will not support the Labour amendment, which rewrites the motion, although we agree with the position that the Fishing and Coastal Growth Fund should not have been devolved without first agreeing a mechanism outside of the Barnett formula. We're also calling for a policy that better reflects the size and value of the Scottish industry. The UK Government should have sought a better answer to the situation that we now find ourselves in. To conclude, Presiding Officer, island and coastal communities will be all too well aware that the Scottish Government in this parliamentary session has not allowed for enough conversation in this place to speak about all that impacts the fishing sector. Indeed, this afternoon's debate has been cut to accommodate other business. The significance of fishing to Scotland's economy and coastal communities will be well understood by voters in those areas. A cynic might suggest that the Scottish Government has just remembered this now that an election is looming. I move the amendment in my name. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Wishart. And we now move to the open debate. I would advise members there's no time in hand, and therefore any intervention should be absorbed within the members' agreed speaking time. And with that, I call Alistair Allen to be followed by Douglas Lumpton. Up to 6 minutes, please.
My Western Isles constituency can, of course, boast a long and proud fishing heritage. If you see a fishing vessel with an SY or CY registration, then she is likely to be one of the smaller, locally owned vessels that form the economic backbone of many communities from Lewis to Battersea. It would be fair to say that fishing communities across Scotland have faced challenging times, not least because of the empty promises made to them during the Brexit referendum and the low position accorded to fishing in the UK's negotiating priorities with Europe before and since then by successive Tory and Labour governments. Scottish fishing vessels have seen employment fall by some 15% between 2015 and 2024, and in the Western Isles the fishing sector has experienced a drop in employment by nearly a third, with 274 fishing jobs in 23-24 compared to 376 in 29-20. So, when I attended the annual general meeting of the Western Isles Fishermen's Association in Uist recently, it came as little surprise to hear fishers' reaction to the recent news that the UK Government intends to award less than 8% of the UK Coastal Growth Fund to Scottish fishing communities. Indeed, people's views on that subject at the meeting were made very clear to me by several people literally before I got in the door, and little wonder. The UK Labour Government's decision to give Scotland's fishermen 7.78% of the UK's £360 million Coastal Growth Fund It's justified by Labour on the basis that it represents Scotland's so-called Barnett share. That is to say, the figure is reached by looking at Scotland's share of the UK electorate, not on our share of UK fish landings, as previous allocations have been. It's difficult to see, despite some of the arguments on offer today, it is difficult to see how any UK government who'd thought about it could really see the justification for moving away from the counting of fish to the counting of people as the basis for such allocations. Indeed, the difference between the two calculations, Presiding Officer, is pretty enormous, given that some 70% by tonnage of the fish landed in the UK in 2023 were landed in Scotland. The £166 million, or 46% share of the funding that was sought by the Scottish Government on the basis of previous precedent, was ignored by the UK in favour of a Barnett-based share, which gives Scotland only £28 million. So the UK Labour Government's decision has directly cost Scotland's fishing communities, including those in my own constituency, some £138 million. And this is before we open up the question about how much Scotland previously received from the EU funding pre-Brexit. I will indeed.
Rhoda Grant.
Would it not have been wiser of the Scottish Government to negotiate a formula for devolving this money before they asked for it to be devolved, rather than express surprise that it was devolved using the only formula that is available for devolving money?
Alistair Allen.
Well, I thank the member for intervening, because it gives me the opportunity to say this. I am surprised that the argument that Labour has made in its amendment today, and I am surprised, or rather I would hope that this Parliament would not attempt to justify cuts by the UK Government on this scale. And although I note with respect the contortions that the Labour amendment goes through today in an attempt to do exactly that. And to pick up on the point the member mentions, the Labour position seems to be that the UK Government has withheld money in this way because the Scottish Government should, using constitutional powers it does not enjoy, somehow have insisted in advance that it didn't do it. I'm afraid that's a pretty feeble argument to put forward, and it's one that won't be very convincing to the fishing communities affected. Indeed, the £138 million that's now been lost to projects in Scotland to modernise our fishing fleet, equip vessels with new technology, train new generations of fishers, boost the seafood sector and support the wider local economy of fishing communities, amongst other things, is what will be missed. And I want also to say that it takes quite a brass neck, as I think the Labour amendment takes us down this road, it takes quite a brass neck to suggest that Scotland should now look to find this money from its own remaining resources to make up for what has been denied to us by the UK Government. And it's an even brasser neck, if that's a phrase that I can use. It's an even brasser neck to suggest that the UK Government should then be exonerated for all blame for the situation that has arisen. But I hope that's an argument that this Parliament will see through this evening and act accordingly. Presiding Officer, all the evidence tells us that the UK has never viewed Scotland's fishing industry as important, not now, nor at any point since the 1970s, when they described the industry as expendable. The £138 million which the UK has now taken from Scotland's fishing communities is but the latest example of that, and we should have no hesitation in calling it out or to stand up for the communities for whom, by any reasonable person's reckoning, it must surely be intended.
Thank you, Dr Allen. I now call Douglas Lumsden to be followed by Karen Adam. Mr Lumsden, up to 6 minutes.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Let me begin by saying that Scotland's fishing industry is one of the great pillars of our coastal and island communities. It is a sector that provides renewable, climate-smart food, supports thousands of jobs, anchors local communities, prevents rural depopulation and is woven into the cultural identity of places all around our coast. And I welcome a debate on fishing. But it should not escape notice that this is the first government-led debate on fishing in more than 2 years. Only after repeated calls from the Scottish Conservatives has this government finally turned its attention to a sector it claims to champion. If the Scottish Government truly cared about fishing communities, they wouldn't have waited years for a government-led debate on fishing to come to this chamber. Now, Presiding Officer, let me be clear. We agree with the principles in the SNP motion today. Of course, Scotland deserves a fair share of UK funding. The Labour government has shown a complete disregard to that. Of course, we want strong fishing opportunities and a sustainable future for the fleet. Nobody disputes that. But the motion deliberately ignores a very uncomfortable truth. The SNP's record on supporting Scotland's fishermen is one of confusion, contradiction and neglect. This is the same government that tried to impose HPMAs, a plan so detached from coastal reality that they were forced to scrap it after an overwhelming backlash. This is the same government whose officials advised ministers to dismiss concerns about spatial squeeze, telling them not to mirror the language of industry, despite the Scottish Fishermen's Federation warning that sector risks being crushed by competing demands on our seas. And this is the same government still proposing new restrictions across 19 sites in the latest consultations. Presiding Officer, it's a disgrace, because the Cabinet Secretary cannot stand here today talking about supporting fishing communities while their own planning decisions, their own budget cuts and their own policy proposals undermine those very same communities. And the SNP's ambition to rejoin the European Union, and with it the dreaded common fishery policy, something that was applauded by their backbenchers today, is perhaps the clearest example of all. After decades of Scottish frustration under the CFP, after regaining control over 25% of catching opportunities post-Brexit, after incomes have risen significantly, we now have a First Minister who believes returning to the CFP would be part of Scotland's national mission. Well, Presiding Officer, that mission would hammer Scotland's fleet, and Scotland's fishing communities know it. But let me also address UK Labour's government's role. The Labour-EU trade agreement, extending EU access for 12 years, has rightly been described as a total capitulation by the Scottish Fishermen's Federation. At the same time, as noted in the SNP motion today, Labour scrapping ring-fence funding for fisheries and allocating Scotland just 7.78% of a £360 million growth fund, despite Scotland landing more than half of UK's catch, is a disgrace, something that Rhoda Grant tried to defend today. She's trying to defend the indefensible. So we have both of Scotland's governments failing this sector. Labour selling out access and shortchanging the Scottish fishing sector. The SNP attacking fishing from the domestic side, want to take us back into the dreaded CFP and prefer turbines over trawlers. No wonder communities feel squeezed from every direction. Presiding Officer, the Scottish Conservatives stand firmly with Scotland's fishing industry. We believe in sustainability and viability. We agree with the Scottish Fishermen's Federation when they call for space at sea, not to be pushed aside by unplanned top-down development. And that's why our amendment today highlights the proposed Moray Firth Flow Park, a project that local communities and fishermen fear will reduce vital fishing grounds, threaten livelihoods and drive yet more spatial squeeze. Presiding Officer, this debate cannot ignore the scale of the spatial squeeze being driven by the SNP government's approach to offshore wind. Since 2022, ministers have approved 32 offshore wind projects, followed by another 12 in 2023 and a further 32 zones identified for future development, over 36 gigawatts of capacity. Now, when our party leader, Russell Finlay, was in Fraserburgh last week, he warned that Scotland's fishing industry cannot become a casualty of green energy obsession, and he is absolutely right. These irresponsible plans risk pushing fishermen out of their traditional grounds and jeopardising the future of our fleets and our stocks. I will give way.
Briefly, Karen Adam.
I do thank the member for giving way. The member often speaks about he talks up for the oil and gas sector and for our energy workers. Can I ask the member what his plans are for what happens after the decline in oil and gas? What then Douglas for a just transition for those
I'll tell you
workers?
what, our fishermen shouldn't be thrown at the side just to promote offshore wind. That's absolutely the wrong thing to do. So rather than bulldozing through historic fishing grounds, the government should be working with coastal communities to protect fishing as the renewable, climate-smart food source it is. The Scottish Government cannot claim to support fishing while allowing developments that directly undermine the sector. So let me put it plainly. We cannot prioritise offshore renewables over our fishing communities. There should not be any further consents for offshore wind developments until the impacts on our fishing sector are addressed in full, including financial compensation for losses to ensure that the fleet remains viable and profitable. And we cannot ignore the voices of over 600 people who turned up to Findhorn the other night. We need to listen. Presiding Officer, Scotland's fishermen deserve more than warm words. They deserve clarity, consistency and real support. Our amendment strengthens this debate, highlighting a key issue of concern to communities across the North East, and time will tell if the other parties have the bottle to stand up for our fishing communities.
Thank you. I now call Karen Adam to be followed by Karen Mochan. Up to 6 minutes. Ms Adam.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer, I welcome the opportunity to speak in this debate, because if you stand at any of the harbours in my constituency of Banffshire and Buchan Coast, you'll see what this debate really is about. Boats landing, crews coming off after a really hard shift, as always, and processors getting ready to work, with markets already bustling. Now that is my constituency, helping to feed this nation and beyond. And that is not just an industry that is economically vital. It is, yes, but it's also a part of who we are along the coast. Fishing is the culture, it's the identity and the daily life for our communities. The sea also giving us life, but often taking it away. And I pay tribute to those lost working in our vital industry. Presiding Officer, I am shocked at the UK Government's decision to allocate Scotland just £28 million out of £360 million for the Fishing Coastal Growth Fund. And I can't say that I'm actually surprised, though. Giving Scotland around 8% of the pot for a Scottish fishing industry that accounts for over 60% of the UK's total fishing capacity is exactly the sort of thing that we've come to expect from any London-based government. Scotland is never at the top of their list, and our fishing industry is never prioritised. Scotland has been handed an 83% cut, while England's proportionately smaller fishing industry walks away with over £300 million. Keir Starmer, Boris Johnson, doesn't matter who's in number 10. The colour of the party changes, but the message to my coastal communities stay the same. You're expendable. England's industry will always top Scotland's as a priority for Westminster, and that's no matter how much we contribute. Funding should follow the fish, and it should follow the fleet, and it should follow the jobs, and it certainly should not be based on a population number scribbled on a spreadsheet hundreds of miles away from our harbours. I condemn this decision. It's damaging, it's wholly unfair, and I join the Scottish Government in calling for the UK Government to reverse it. I will.
I completely agree with the member on this, actually. I think it is absolutely disgraceful what Labour have done. But does she accept this point that we keep coming back to, that the SNP's stated policy is to go back into the common fisheries policy, and that will cause even more damage than what Labour are doing?
Adam.
I was waiting for that comment. I do thank the member for that intervention. But really, we need to stop pointing at bogeymen in the room that aren't there at the moment. What the Conservatives have done to the fishing industry in Scotland was utter, absolute betrayal and nothing short of it. And they sit there pointing the finger and no, you can shout from your central position all you want, but you know the damage that, through the chair, they know the damage that Brexit has done to our fishing industry, and no matter how much finger pointing they do, they can't get away from it. Folk in Fraserburgh, Peterhead, Macduff, Buckie, they know that the work they do is valued, and it should be. In this Parliament, in our Parliament, it is valued, even if it's not clearly understood or valued in the London one. And this isn't just about the boats that do the catching, it's about the processors in our local communities, the factories that keep the local economy moving, turning that catch into world-class seafood. Now, those processors are often the biggest workplaces in our towns, and when this kind of funding is cut, it's those processors, those workers, and ultimately the communities that pay that price. And this is why the landing obligations and the strengthened economic link rules brought in by this Scottish Government are important. They have already started to shift more Scottish fish into Scottish ports and into Scottish processors. And this is what happens when decisions are taken here with Scottish jobs in mind. Processors in my constituency tell me that they have capacity for more. They can invest in new kit and new markets, but they have to be sure that the fish and the workforce will be there. The Scottish Government is doing what it can with the powers that it has, investing through Marine Fund Scotland and using the economic link to keep more value here, and I do welcome that. And I thank the Cabinet Secretary for listening to the fishers and processors and agreeing to meet with me to discuss that further. But we cannot ignore that damage that Brexit has done to this sector and the way both the Conservatives and now Labour have treated rural Scotland as a whole. The Tories lined it all up and called it a sea of opportunity, and Labour have chosen to own that project and carry it on. Presiding Officer, there's a clear pattern here. The power, the money and the decision-making all sit in London. Regardless of which party is in charge, Westminster has never shown that it is willing to put Scotland's fishing industry or our interests first, certainly not rural Scotland. If we want stable investment, a fair funding share and an economic system that actually fits our needs, then we have to be honest about what is required. We can and must fight for the best possible deal within this union, and this motion is a part of that fight. But the long-term answer is independence, giving the ability to design funding that follows our fleet, to negotiate directly for our coastal economy. Presiding Officer, rural Scotland feeds this nation, but Westminster starves it of fair funding and fair treatment that it deserves. And this is why we need Scottish independence. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Adam. Could I remind members they are perfectly permitted to ask for intervention. It's up to the person on their feet whether they give that intervention, and that is not an invitation to shout the intervention from a sedentary position. I now call Carol Mochan to be followed by Douglas Ross. Up to 6 minutes. Ms Mochan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I want to start with a quote from my colleague Rhoda Grant, who has said before in this chamber, "We all know that fish know no boundaries, and because of that, negotiations have always taken place on fisheries." And I think this is a very good place to start my contribution, because if we are going to help and to protect the future of our fishing industry, we must in this place learn to negotiate and, of course, work together. It seems to me that the Chamber wants to, not just wants to, actually believes we need to support this industry, and how we work together will make a great deal of a difference. The Government motion recognises the need for continued investment to build a thriving, sustainable and modern fishing industry, which is of key importance to Scotland's island and coastal communities, and of course to the wider economy. And I think that we all want to work towards that. Across the UK, we are deeply fortunate to live in a spectacular and unique island furnished with an incredible coastline that for centuries has provided us with food, employment and leisure. The environmental wealth that is present across Scotland's coast is abundant, and without it, our entire culture would be altogether different. I am immensely thankful for that, and from speaking to my constituents, I know that it's perhaps the thing that they love and value most about the South Scotland region. And this is why I speak today in this debate. My constituents love the history of the coastal and fishing industry, they love the environment it functions within, and they enjoy the chance to improve their towns and economy, which comes with such an industry. But of course, I recognise the industry has had complex difficulties over many years with quotas, funding across the UK, with Brexit and other worldwide matters which are often turbulent. The fishing industry does deserve some stability. I think we can all agree that, and it's working together that might get that. The fishing sector in South Scotland, of course,
I appreciate Carol Mochan giving way and absolutely agree that the government should work together. But a question is, where were the UK Government's Scottish Office, the Secretary of State for Scotland, when it came to identifying a sensible mechanism to set the funding budget that this motion for the SNP Government brought forward today? They were absolutely lacking.
Carol Mochan.
I thank the member for that intervention, and I think it's fair to say that we need to think about what happened. And you will know that my colleague Torco Crichton, the MP for the Western Isles, also has spoken to the Labour Government in the UK. And I think that's what we need to talk about, is what is it that we can do to move forward rather than just fighting across this chamber. The fishing sector in South Scotland, while a small, of course,
Cabinet Secretary, briefly.
I want to thank Carol Malkin for taking the intervention, but would the member appreciate that we have wanted those discussions to take place on behalf of a Scottish Government perspective, but when the interministerial groups are the only forums that we have that have been cancelled and not taken place for the past 6 months, those discussions with the UK Government become increasingly difficult. So it's certainly not for lack of trying on the Scottish Government's part.
Carol Malkin.
Thank you, President Officer. I really appreciate the Cabinet Secretary's intervention. And of course, I understand. I am an opposition party. I understand how difficult it is to get time with the government of the day. So we do need to keep moving forward. We do need to keep talking. The fishing sector in the South Scotland, while a smaller part of the overall Scottish industry compared to major hubs like Peterhead and Fraserburgh in the North East, it is a vital component of the coastal and rural communities of my region. I want to also mention that my constituents believe, as we move forward, in order to maintain that environmental wealth we have in the environmental wealth we have in the south of Scotland, we have to begin to see the coast as a delicate ecosystem with varied needs and challenges, from erosion to the loss of seagrass to the changes that the fishing industry bring. We do need a thriving coastline to preserve not just the local environment, but the environment of our whole country. And that boost to the economy we know that these communities need. And of course, this is a weighty responsibility, and why it is really important that this chamber takes the time to be very serious, and again, it gives us reason to work together. If I can return to the economy directly, as others have said, I'm not going to restate the figures that the Cabinet Secretary gave us, just to say that we know that the industry gives us large amounts of landing, it gives us large amounts of jobs, and it is important that we work with that industry to make sure that we do continue. In terms of employment, fisheries employed over 20,000 people in Scotland, and that's so important because it's part of our rural and coastal communities, as others have said. But we know that the employment has fallen by 15%, and I think we need to talk about what we can do now. Presiding Officer, I only have 38 seconds left. I wanted to just go in about what we need to do. I reiterate, we must work together, but I think we must pay attention to some of the things that we can do here in Scotland in our devolved capacity. What will make the difference now, here? We need to look at sustainability. We know that from what other members have said. And we need to make sure that we use the science that we can, that the Labour motion mentions, and I hope that that can be supported. Because without that science, without that move towards that, we may find that we cannot keep the seas sustainable. During this parliamentary session, we have had much greater emphasis, mostly from the opposition members, but I reiterate my gratitude today for people to work together, participate in the debate and hopefully change the trajectory. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Ms Malkin. I now call Douglas Ross to be followed by Emma Harper. Up to 6 minutes. Mr Ross.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I'm delighted to contribute to this important debate about our fishing sector and fishing industry, and I think it is regrettable it's taken 2 years for the Government to bring this forward in their time. And maybe it's because the Government don't have much positive to say about fishing here in Scotland. They've got a lot of complaints about other parties and other parliaments, but not about what they can do here in Scotland, and indeed what they would do. Because one of the telling points of this debate is the reiteration from the Cabinet Secretary that the SNP policy is to take our fishermen back into the common fisheries policy. Not only was that statement bad enough, she was applauded by her backbenches. Now, I wasn't surprised to see Hamza Yousaf applauding, because he applauds anything. Remember when he was applauding a ferry being launched with painted on windows? I was slightly more surprised to see the likes of Alistair Allen and Karen Adam and Emma Harper, supposedly representatives of coastal communities, applauding the fact that their party policy is to take the fishing industry back into the CFP. So let me ask the representatives from the SNP if... Oh, I don't know what's going on there. I hadn't even asked, and Emma Harper is throwing her arms up. So I'm just going to ask, and I'll give way to Emma Harper, if she can tell us what is positive for her fishermen to rejoin the common fisheries policy.
Emma Harper, briefly.
I'd like to respond to Douglas Ross. Thank you very much. I was throwing my arms up in the air because I wondered what you could say would be positive about Brexit.
Yes.
Douglas Ross.
Well, I'll try again. It wasn't a difficult question, so Alistair Allen wanted to intervene. So will Alistair Allen tell me what is positive for his fishermen to rejoin the common fisheries policy?
Alistair Allen.
The member may not quite understand that interventions work on the opposite principle to the one he understands, but nonetheless, will he accept that the reason that some of us, on this side of the chamber, people look forward to us being a member state of the European Union is that for the first time we will be represented in Europe by a government that actually puts fishing priorities to the top and not the bottom of our list of negotiating priorities.
Still no answer, so I'll give way to Karen Adams. She can tell us what is positive for her fishermen to rejoin the common fisheries policy.
In the room at the table.
Yeah. Sorry, since my microphone's on, I will come in and thank you, Presiding Officer. But I didn't press for an intervention, but Douglas Ross has demanded that I stand up and speak right now. I think that's a really inappropriate thing to do, first off. But I will say that you can't just be pointing the finger and asking people to stand up and jump in at your picky questions. We've already answered the question, and I answered the question earlier. So I'll ask the member if he can be a bit more respectful, Presiding Officer. Thank you.
Just taking part in a debate, and a debate is to hear an exchange of views. And what people listening to this debate won't have heard is a positive reason to rejoin the common fisheries policy from the very party who wants to go to the electorate to tell their fishermen that will be their policy. Vote for the SNP. If they ever get independence, they're going to take us back into the CFP, but they cannot tell us one single positive about rejoining the CFP. I think that is very, very telling. I've already taken 3 interventions, but didn't get any further with it. But I think people will look at that and will question why the SNP maintain this policy of rejoining the CFP if even their MSPs can't give one positive reason for doing so. But I want to use the rest of my remarks to focus on the Conservative amendment here today, and I welcome Tim Eagle lodging this amendment, which will send a very clear signal that this Parliament opposes the plans for the proposed Murray Firth Flow Park. These are plans that will decimate our local fishing sector. The Scottish Fishermen's Federation have been very clear on this. Elspeth MacDonald said in her speech just last month that the site between Findhorn and Burghead will create massive problems for the local fishing fleet, as it is positioned directly over established fishing grounds used for decades by inshore vessels that don't have the capacity to fish further afield. There was no consultation with our industry on these sites before the agreements were signed. And just last month, in the Northern Scot, a local fisherman was speaking to one of our local reporters, Lewis McBlain, and this fisherman said that the industry feels steamrolled by the lack of consultation for the Murray Firth Flow Park. They went on to say it would decimate many of the only fishing grounds on the Murray coast which are suitable for the area's small vessels if it was given the go-ahead. These are people whose livelihoods are at risk, and they continued, we're not against renewable energy, but it surely can't come at the cost of destroying traditional fishing grounds and the way of life that have been there for generations. I couldn't put it any better myself. This is fishermen who have fished these waters for years, who want to see their industry continue for years to come, who are worried about these proposals. And let's just look at who are proposing the Murray Firth Flow Park. The Offshore Solutions Group, a group that were feared to come to Murray and to listen to people invited along to Tim Eagle's public meeting and to listen in Nairn, because they said they felt unsafe. Well, I've been to many meetings in Murray. Not all of them have been particularly positive. They have always been robust but respectful. And I think Offshore Solutions Group did a great disservice to the people of Murray and Nairn by saying that they felt scared to come and listen to these concerns. They should be brave enough and bold enough to come along to hear the huge opposition from local fishermen and local communities. But if they won't come to Murray and to the Highlands to hear that message, then they should listen to the message from this Parliament. And tonight we can unite behind the Conservative motion to send the strongest possible signal that this Parliament does not support these plans, that we are on the side of the hundreds of people who attend these public meetings, the thousands who have already registered their objections, and the local fishermen who are worried about their future, which is why I ask every party to support our amendment tonight.
Thank you. And I call the final speaker in the open debate, Emma Harper. Up to 6 minutes. Ms Harper.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. While the big ports in the North East and Northern Isles may have the biggest landings and the biggest economic impact, I'd like to highlight the contribution to success of our fishing fleet in the South Scotland region, from Eyemouth to Port Patrick. It may be small compared to Lerwick or Peterhead, but we do pack a punch. Over 150 jobs in Dumfries and Galloway and the Borders are directly employed on Scottish registered vessels, and at the last count, nearly 7,000 tonnes of seafood was landed at the ports each year. The catch that lands every day at ports across the south is world-leading, high quality and sustainable. Kirkcudbright is one of the biggest harbours for scallop catch landings on these isles. And if you're out for your tea in a seafood restaurant and order the scallops, there's a fair chance it will have been caught in our inshore waters off the southwest and landed in Kirkcudbright. West Coast Sea Products in Kirkcudbright has expanded from scallop fishing and supply and now sells its catch directly to locals and local businesses in the town and to the recently voted Restaurant of the Year at the D&G Life Awards, Swally and Scran in Kirkcudbright. So the industry isn't just about the boats and crew bringing in their catch, it's about the retailers and resellers dealing with outlets far and wide, and it's about the food outlets in the south and across Scotland and further afield taking that catch onto the plates and the dinner tables. Our offshore shellfish fleet is a crucial part of that mix and a part which provides skilled, well-paid jobs spread across rural areas, our coastal communities, rather than focused in one or two major ports. The economic benefit to Scotland is over £300 million, but the spin-offs in terms of our image and reputation overseas for high-end food and drinks are incalculable, and the jobs those bring to fragile rural economies are invaluable. So we need to ensure that we are training and supporting future generations entering the fishing industry. Colleagues have mentioned future workforce also. Organisations like the South of Scotland Seafish Training Association, run by my constituent Davy Gilchrist, are working hard to ensure that not only the current generation of fisher folk have the skills needed at sea, but that also the next generation are shown how to crew the boats safely and efficiently and deal with emergencies and sea survival techniques also. That generation should also have fishing as a real option for their career. So I want to make a plea to careers advisors and skills development Scotland and the Cabinet Secretary to agree that we need to make sure crewing the fleet is on the table as an option for our young people seeking employment, not just in our coastal communities but across the sector, because keeping the fleet in action in ports like Kirkcudbright is supporting jobs in rural communities, boosting our local economies and so supporting repopulation. Yes, I'll give way to Finlay Carson.
Briefly, Finlay Carson.
I thank Emma Harper for giving way, and I absolutely 100% agree with everything that she said up to now. But would the member agree with me that her support for the absolute disastrous HPMA proposals that her government brought forward, and also the lack of advancement of the fisheries like the cockles, are doing the industry in our region a great disservice?
Emma Harper.
So thank you, Finlay Carson, for that intervention. The government hasn't taken forward HPMA, so that is part of they've listened and decided not to take that forward. So, Presiding Officer, I want to support the communities, I want to support repopulation. Fishing is a fundamental part of our culture and our history, and to see it die for lack of new starts would be a tragedy. So it is a slap in the face for all who work in the industry to see the UK Government allocate such a pitiful slice of a fund, less than 8%, given that Scotland's contribution is greater than 60%. The funding should be going to the coastal communities who are landing catches that contribute so much to our economy and to our global reputation for quality food. Of course, and the members across chamber won't be thanking me for reminding them that the voters of their role in this and the fact that the fund has to exist under UK control at all is a product of Brexit, a Brexit that this country, a Brexit that Scotland voted against but were forced to thole anyway. Thankfully, our seafood and fishing sector are made of stern stuff and have adapted, and they have had to survive and thrive. But the crocodile tears from both the Tories and the Labour benches, the former with the amendment that talks about negative impacts on the fishing sector, when their actions hammered what they called an expendable industry over recent years. The latter acting as the human shield for the most unpopular UK Prime Minister in polling history, shouldn't stand when it comes to decision time. And roll on the day when Scotland takes its seat at the EU as an independent member, getting the fair funding our fishing industries deserves, shaking off the dead hand of Westminster, fiddling the figures and standing up for our own communities in Europe as compared to the decades of decline of successive UK governments allowing this to happen on their watch. Finally, Presiding Officer, I will address the CFP issue that Douglas Ross brought up. I'd be interested to know who's been negotiating on behalf of Scotland for previous governments. Scotland has not been at the table. Scotland needs to be in the room at the table, standing up for our own fishing communities ourselves, Presiding Officer, because we know our communities in Scotland. We need to be in the room at the table for the negotiating ourselves on our behalf. And I hope that answers Douglas Ross's question about the CFP, Presiding Officer. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. We now move to closing speeches. I would note that Mr Lumsden, who participated in the debate, is not here. I will expect an explanation for that as well as an apology. And I call Beatrice Wishart up to 6 minutes. Ms Wishart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I think we can agree that this has been an interesting and at times lively debate this afternoon, demonstrating just how both complex and valued the sector is. In my motion in the members' debate I held earlier this year, I highlighted many issues: climate change, warmer seas and stocks moving to new areas, marine pollution, ghost gear and dumping at sea and its impact on fish, seabirds, cetaceans and other marine life, food security, increasingly important in the unstable world in which we live, increasing demand for marine space, spatial squeeze, at-sea renewable energy infrastructure, as other members have raised this afternoon, pushing fishing out of traditional grounds, marine protection, the dangerous actions of other fishing vessels at sea, the impact of policy making without up-to-date scientific evidence and data, the trade and cooperation agreement negotiations. I've long raised concerns about the level of Scottish Government investment in its Marine Directorate, and I think the Rural Affairs and Islands Committee visit to their premises in Aberdeen, as Finlay Carson and Rhoda Grant have highlighted, shocked us at what we actually saw. And I believe it's inadequately resourced for all that is being asked of it: fisheries protection, marine protection, scientific research and data gathering, all for future policy making. Fishermen are custodians of our seas, and the last things they want to see is the loss in biodiversity or low stock numbers of fish species that can never recover. Their way of life is dependent on accurate scientific data, and the Scottish Government needs to ensure that we get that right. If we don't, and there are huge concerns about the proposed cuts to the pelagic and cod quotas, the impact on island and coastal communities will be devastating. Be in no doubt that there will be serious consequences. If there are no vessels at sea catching fish, there will be no need onshore for a processing sector, and the impact on all those communities will be felt throughout the whole wider supply chain that relies on the fishing boats, many of which are family businesses. I note Scottish Environment Link's call for decentralisation of fisheries and conservation management to allow for more inclusive and locally appropriate decision-making. Shetland's location would lend itself to local rather than regional management to avoid a one-size-fits-all approach. Indeed, Shetland is already ahead with local management, in that the Shetland Islands Regulated Fisheries Scotland Order, run by the Shetland Shellfish Management Organisation, has been working well for nearly 25 years, and it should be held up as an exemplar. Shetland Fishermen's Association have highlighted the impact of delays in confirmation to sea fish of the Marine Fund Scotland Award for fisheries training. The optimum time for attracting school leavers and getting new entrants is June, and any delay in funding confirmation means that critical time frame is lost. This has happened for the second year in a row, and as the Cabinet Secretary knows from my correspondence with her, it's important that bureaucracy should not get in the way of and be the detriment to bringing new entrants into the industry. And I welcome Emma Harper's comments about the fishing as a career and all that can be done with skills development. Without the proper investment in the next generation of fishermen, we can't guarantee a sustainable fishing sector for the future. And as I've pointed out, that could be disastrous to communities around Scotland. In conclusion, Presiding Officer, in the last few years, the Scottish Government has thrown at the fishing community highly protected marine areas, or HPMAs, which look to be an existential crisis for the sector as we know it. Revelations that the First Minister was told not to engage with the very real issue of spatial squeeze in our seas, the economic link policy, delays in providing a training scheme which helps develop the future of the sector, and even the loss of annual debates in the Scottish Parliament. Finally, it would be remiss of me not to mention again the disastrous Conservative Brexit deal for the fishing sector and the UK Labour Party's damaging extension of that deal until 2038. And finally, I would just give a plug to two businesses in my constituency who have had awards recently. Island Fish have been celebrating an award for delivering quality from sea to plate. And Frankie's Fish and Chip Shop has won another award. I feel I couldn't speak about fishing without mentioning those. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Ms Wisher. I now call Ariane Burgess up to 6 minutes. Point of order, Douglas Lumsden.
Presiding Officer, I'd just like to apologise to yourself and to the Chamber for not being here at the start of closing speeches.
Thank you, Mr Lumsden. I now call Ariane Burgess up to 6 minutes. Ms Burgess.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Today's debate has seen a lot of good points raised and has been extremely lively and tense at times. But I hope that communities and fishers watching the proceedings today will have some reassurance in the knowledge that we are doing all that we can do from different perspectives to put pressure on the UK Government to change course. We heard a number of contributions from members, and I really appreciate Alistair Allen's points around the loss of the millions of pounds via this settlement that would have supported fishing for the future, especially in the Western Isles, but also across Scotland. Karen Adams and Rhoda Grant both paid tribute to the fishers who work in an extraordinarily challenging environment, and again, funding support to put the infrastructure in place that needs to support them through that work is really important. Emma Harper also went on to talk about the necessary need for funding to support our future fisheries, to get new entrants into the sector. And I agree with Carol Mocken's point that the fishing sector absolutely needs certainty going on to the future. Yes.
Emma Harper, briefly.
Thank you very much for giving way. I'd just like to hear Ariane Burgess's thoughts that the average age of a fisherman is, or a fisher person is 56. So that's why I mentioned the need for investment in training.
Ariane Burgess.
I thank the member for that point, having met with a skipper on a Shetland vessel who is in his 50s, saying to me he doesn't know who's going to be taking the vessel on after he retires is very concerning. Presiding Officer, the UK Government's decision to underfund Scotland's fisheries is a shocking example of how our fishers are being exploited and mistreated by Westminster. But we must also acknowledge that this situation isn't playing out in a vacuum. Getting the funding Scotland is due is an important element if we're to have sustainable marine futures. Equally important to this aim is having a regulatory system in place that both protects stocks and supports a diverse fleet that forms the backbone of Scottish coastal communities for the long term. And that's the key thing I want to get across today, that fishing is inseparable from the marine environment. Without solid foundations for healthy ecosystems above and below the waves, fisheries and those who rely on them cannot thrive. Unfortunately, at the present moment, we don't have a solid foundation. We have a marine planning system that doesn't properly deal with fishing. Scientific research is being underfunded and even sidelined by economic interests. Quota is being gifted to a small number of very large operators, some of whom land their catch abroad. And with this system in place, is it any wonder that cod, one of our most iconic species, is on the brink? Can we be surprised that the number of vessels has fallen 16% since 2015, with jobs disappearing as a result? To reverse stock declines and restore jobs, we need to have a better way of doing things. The UN Development Goal 14, Life Underwater, sets the vision for sustainable fishing. And this means having a marine directorate that is guided by science and manages our seas with the long-term health of fish stocks and communities in mind. It means having clearly defined spaces so that we can have zones for habitat regeneration, others for low-impact fishing, and places where bottom-towed gear can occur. It means allocating quota in a transparent way which adheres to the criteria that includes environmental, social and economic factors. It means subsidising those who operate responsibly and coming down hard on those who seek to exploit our seas, no matter the cost. By having a long-term vision that everyone can align with, we can put wild-caught fish on a sustainable pathway for the future and create healthy living communities. Sustainable seas create sustainable populations, meaning we can address the blight of depopulation that's hurting coastal communities across the Highlands and Islands. To really get these communities thriving, we must give them an active stake in the governance of inshore areas. That way, the needs of all marine users can be met. Fishers, marine tourism businesses and other recreational users can be at sea in harmony. A potential way of turning this vision into a reality is to explore the Inshore Fisheries and Conservation Authority model that's used in England. This brings different stakeholders together and gives them the power to set bylaws in their region. While by no means perfect, I believe it's a great starting point. It decentralises the system, which can only aid transparency. It also supports greater collaboration between groups that are often pitted against one another. All of this is especially crucial when you consider that Scotland is going to be on the forefront of the climate crisis. As I pointed out to the Cabinet Secretary for Climate Action, scientists are becoming extremely agitated that the Gulf Stream is increasingly likely to collapse this century. This vital ocean current passes right through our abundant seas off the west coast. To be prepared for such an event, to ensure that we can mitigate the impact on coastal communities and be in a position to adapt, we must start ensuring our seas are as healthy as they can be. To wrap up, I'd like to call on the Scottish Government to commit to a system that respects the science, sets out distinct fishing zones that enable both marine ecosystems and communities to thrive, supports fishers, particularly those using low-impact methods, fairly distribute quota and put community decision-making at the heart of inshore regulation. If we can achieve this, I believe we can ensure thriving seas and coastal communities up and down the coast of Scotland.
Thank you, Ms Burgess. I now call Mercedes Villalba. Similarly, up to 6 minutes. Ms Villalba.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Unusually, I haven't pre-prepared a speech for this evening because I've been asked to close for Labour. I wanted to listen to the debate and to speak to the points that were raised. In that note, then, I think it's important that I start with the reason for today's debate. The Scottish Government have brought forward this motion supporting Scotland's fishing industry. The motion seems to focus solely on the allocation that has been made under the Fishing and Coastal Growth Fund, which is disproportionate to the size and value of Scotland's fishing industry. I understand why the Scottish Government has chosen this issue for their debate today, but I think it is surprising that after so many years, what used to be an annual debate is only now just coming forward, and it seems to only now be coming forward in response to this issue. It's a real issue, it's right that we debate it, but I would have thought that the Scottish Government's priority would be to use the Scottish Parliament's time to discuss and debate issues of which the Minister has responsibility for. And we heard during this evening's debate from Beatrice Wishart that I think she said it was February this year was the first time that the fishing industry had had debate time in the Scottish Parliament for quite a while, and I know that the Conservative Party used their business a few weeks ago for this issue, and Tim Eagle made that point again today. And so I think I just would like to reiterate that point that's been made cross-party, that we do need time for fishery debates in Parliament, and we need, and I hope the Scottish Government will bring forward debate time on the issues that they haven't included in their motion, the issues for which they are responsible for, to hear more. I mean, the Minister's opening speech had a lot of detail. It was very dense. I think I'd have to go back and read the official report to get all the detail. But I didn't think I heard any specific commitment for how the Scottish Government will be supporting the processing sector, what it's looking to do around marine spatial planning, and these are all, I think, crucial issues that warrant debate time. Beatrice Wishart pointed out that the fund itself, the Fishing and Coastal Growth Fund, should not have been devolved without first agreeing to a proportionate calculation. The disproportionate nature of it is being raised, as my colleague Rhoda Gran and Carol Mochan noted. It is being raised by Labour MPs, and I heard from the Minister herself that she's also raising it directly with the UK Government. I heard Mairi Gougeon's frustrations about the interministerial groups. It's regrettable, I think, that so much Scottish Parliament debate time is having to be spent discussing intergovernment, intergovernment relations. Obviously, I think any fishers watching the debate want to hear the practical measures that our parties and our governments will do to support them. And so I think that is a shame, that situation. Well, I'll take Mr Carstens first.
Finlay Carson, briefly.
I thank the member Kevin Way, but it would appear to be that the member suggesting that it serves Scotland right that they asked for fishing, the fund to be devolved, and they got what they deserved, and they didn't realise that it would be completely unfair. Even Rhoda Grant suggests it was unfair. Surely the Scottish Government in Scotland, I beg your pardon, at the UK Government Scottish Office, should have realised it was totally unfair.
Mercedes Vialba.
I don't think anyone is saying what Mr Carstens just said. I think the point is that when a fund is devolved, there are procedures in place for that to happen, and it wouldn't be right for the Scottish Office to intervene in intergovernmental negotiations. I see the member shaking his head, but I think there's definitely a way forward, but I don't think it serves any of our communities to be pointing the finger at one another. I've said, and members on these benches have recognised, the fund has been allocated in a way that's disproportionate. What I haven't heard is any contrition or acknowledgement that the Scottish Government has let our communities down here by not having the foresight. It's very easy in hindsight to criticise a decision that's been made, but really I think our communities have the right to expect the Scottish Government to have their head in the game. So I hope that we're going to hear from the Minister in her closing how we can work together, given the unanimous support across the chamber for the fishing industry. I don't think we're going to get a unanimous result on tonight's motions and amendments, but that doesn't mean that we can't continue to discuss and work together outside of this debate. But I think that does start with respect for one another during debate. And just today, I think every member received a revised, updated code of conduct from the presiding officer. I was disappointed to see one member use his contribution to make personal attacks to members of other parties and to use his time to goad members. I don't think that serves our constituents or the issue at hand. I know the Minister wants to intervene. I'm sorry, I've seen that I've run out of time, so I'll conclude there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Vialba. I now call Finlay Carson up to 7 minutes. Mr Carson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I want to speak not only about figures and funding allocation, but about the people behind Scotland's fishing industry. A healthy selection of whom we welcome to the gallery today. This has never been a debate that should divide us politically. Traditionally, it has united us because at its heart are the men and the women who go to sea, risking their lives in one of the most dangerous working environments on earth. They face unprecedented seas, brutal weather and constant reality that one mistake could cost them everything. Fishing is not simply about numbers on a balance sheet. It's about fathers, mothers, sons and daughters who leave home knowing that safety is never guaranteed. They do this not for themselves alone, but to put food on our tables and to sustain the communities that depend on them. When we talk about fairness and support, we must remember this. Every fisherman who goes to sea deserves to come home safe, every single time. And along with that, we must tackle the mounting pressures that threaten the very future of their livelihoods. But on to the motion. Well, the UK Government, Labour Government, who already don't understand farming with their hated farm tax, now clearly show they don't understand fishing with their decision to allocate Scotland just £28 million from a £360 million Fishing and Coastal Growth Fund, a mere 7.8%. We heard from all others, including Alistair Allen, everybody except the Labour benches, and given that Scotland accounts for over 60% of the landings, 63% of UK waters, and the majority of seafood exports, this allocation ignores all those realities. It is not just unfair, and even Rhoda Grant believes it's unfair, it's damaging. It undermines confidence, investment and the resilience of our coastal communities. Under previous arrangements, Scotland received 46% of fishing funding. This was proportionate, it was fair. This settlement is neither. I'll give way to Rhoda Grant
briefly.
I'm sure Finlay Carson understands the Barnett formula and how funds are devolved to Scotland. Would he and his party not have first ensured that the formula was right before asking for the funds to be devolved? A UK-wide fund would have meant that Scottish fishers would have had an equal chance at getting to the fund, but instead they wanted it devolved before they knew the mechanism by which it would be devolved.
Finlay Carson.
I would have thought that the Labour Minister for Scotland would have ensured that Scotland got a fair deal, and that was sadly lacking. But funding is not just part of the story. Our fishing industry is under pressure from every direction. Spatial squeeze, as raised by Tim Eagle and others, spatial squeeze from offshore wind developments and marine conservation zones, often imposed without proper consultation or compensation. And there's no doubt that the SNP put turbines over trawlers, in the words of Douglas Lumsden. And spatial squeeze is likely to result in the policy of Ariane Burgess and our extreme Green Party Butte House agreement on HPMAs, bringing in arbitrary limits on fishing without any scientific basis. The Green Plan would mean fish for the rich and not fish for all. Market uncertainty raising fuel costs and regulatory complexity and unjustified delays in Scottish Government marine planning policy. It's a bit like developing agricultural policy. This delay makes it harder for businesses to plan and invest. Uncertainty and doubt around stock assessments. Now, I agree with Beatrice Wishart that this is the direct result of SNP government's decade-long underfunding of science, which has seen the once leading organisation that was the Marine Scotland, now the Marine Directorate, decline beyond recognition. There's a lack of trust, a lack of direction. Science needs and should be behind every demand for tough decisions, and at the moment it's not. We've had disastrous international negotiations, as raised by Tim Eagle, that too often leave Scotland shortchanged on quota opportunities. Labour's so-called reset with Europe is another Labour disaster. Instead of restoring leverage through annual negotiations after 2026, Labour has locked Scotland into a 12-year extension of EU access to our waters until 2038. That means no further quota gains, no flexibility and no ability to rebalance opportunities in favour of our fleet. The Labour Government treating fishing as a bargaining chip in wider trade and security talks, with Scotland's interests sacrificed. It's yet another Labour sellout, and it will have a lasting consequence in our coastal communities, just like it would be if we were forced back into the CFP. We heard not one good reason, despite Douglas Roth's efforts for the SNP, not one good reason to go back in. Presiding Officer, these pressures are real, and they're compounded by a narrative too often peddled by the likes of the Green Party that paints fishermen as environmental villains. That's wrong. Scotland's fishermen are not the problem, they're part of the solution. They are eager to embrace sustainability, to invest in low-impact gear, to support science-led management. But they need government to work with them, not against them. The Fishermen's Federation has been clear. We need certainty, stability and space to operate. That means securing the best possible fishing opportunities through annual negotiations and international agreements, a moratorium on further offshore wind consent until the impacts on fishing are fully assessed and compensated, investment in science and research because our seas are changing and decisions must be based on robust data, and a practical, workable catching policy that supports sustainability without strangling the sector. So let's be clear, food security matters. Polling shows that 86% of the public agrees that food production from Scotland's seas is as important as energy production. Fishing delivers renewable, healthy protein with far lower emissions than most other forms of food production. Fishing is part of Scotland's greener future, but only if we get the policy framework right. The industry is not standing still. It's modern, it's efficient and it's globally recognised. It wants to transition to a more sustainable practice. It wants to invest in low-impact gear. It wants to work with governments to protect marine habitats. But that transition requires support, not punitive measures. It requires funding, not token gestures. And as Tim Eagle mentioned, compensation when appropriate. And it requires trust, not constant suspicion. Finally, in the proposed Moray Firth Flow Park, let me be crystal clear. This development poses a serious threat to local communities and the fishing industry. We cannot allow renewable energy ambition to come at the expense of renewable food production. Scotland needs both, and that balance must be struck. So today, I urge everyone across the chamber to send a united message. Stand up for Scotland's fishermen. Demand a fair share of funding. Commit to policies that protect jobs, communities and maintain our ability to harvest healthy, sustainable seafood for generations to come. Presiding Officer, fishing is part of Scotland's identity, past, present and future. This is about fairness, it's about vision, and it's vital that the industry survives. It has for centuries, and it can do if we give it the support it needs.
Thank you. I now call Mairi Gougeon to wind up the debate. Cabinet Secretary, up to 9 minutes.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And I have been, as ever, there's a lot to cover in the debate today, and I will try to get through as many of the issues that have been raised today as possible. But I really just want to thank members across the chamber for their speeches and for their interventions this afternoon, because I think just the range of views that we've seen expressed across the chamber today, I think reflects the importance of Scotland's fishing industry, not only to our economy, but our coastal communities and way of life. And I think this debate ultimately reminds us that fisheries negotiations aren't just about quotas and numbers. They're about livelihoods, they're about food, they're about sustainability and Scotland's role as a responsible steward of our marine resources. Now, throughout the negotiations, we will continue to take principled, robust positions based on the best available scientific information and also taking into account other factors too. Now, I look forward to continuing discussions with coastal state partners over the coming weeks, and I'm going to report back to Parliament on the conclusion of those negotiations in due course. Now, as ever, we have covered a wide range of topics today, again, which speaks to the complexity and diversity of our fishing industry and wider marine sector, but also just the sheer impact of the industry on constituencies right across Scotland. And I heard some really passionate contributions today from Beatrice Wishart, Karen Adam, Alistair Adam and more. And I just want to turn to some of the contributions today and also reflect on some of the amendments that have been put forward to the motion. Now, there was, first of all, I think much of what Tim Eagle said I agreed with, and also Finlay Carson during his interventions as well. Really just emphasising the importance of our sector, and I'm glad that there is agreement, I think, overall with the sentiment of the motion and what we tried to put forward today in seeking a fairer funding settlement for Scotland, for our fisheries and coastal communities in particular. But Tim Eagle also highlights through his amendment what I know is a really important matter in his region at the moment regarding the proposed Moray Flow Park. Now, just to say first and foremost, I absolutely acknowledge the public concerns that have been raised about the Flow Park proposals. Now, I know that no applications and assessments have yet been submitted to Scottish ministers for the construction of the project, but any specific proposal that could be taken forward would be subject to relevant required regulatory processes, which of course would also include a formal consultation, a public consultation as part of that. Now, the Marine Directorate Licensing Division is considering the regulatory requirements for activities involved in the storage and construction of turbines in the sea, and they are going to provide some clarity and guidance to all the interested parties as soon as possible. But I think what I would just want to emphasise is that these are the very early stages of the project, as I understand it. My officials are having regular meetings with the fishing industry in Crown Estate Scotland, and of course I will be closely monitoring progress on this matter. Yes.
Tim Eagle. I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that. What I think we're trying to do today is, because this is difficult, isn't it? Because if you're too early, then people say you're too early. If you're too late and an application's in, we can't comment because there's an application in. So would the Cabinet Secretary join with me today and my colleagues today in sending that clear message to that actually this is the wrong location? Maybe there is the right location out there, but this is absolutely the wrong one, and that's what we're trying to get across today from the 600 people that were at my public meeting.
Cabinet Secretary.
Again, I completely appreciate the concerns that Tim Eagle and his colleagues have been raising in the Chamber today, but I think my concern is I don't want to prejudice any procedures or any processes that would be gone through as a result of this. So, no, I won't take any more interventions. Thank you. Now, turning to Rhoda Grant, who I normally do have a lot of sympathy with and would agree with, unfortunately not today, as I find myself just in complete and utter disbelief at some of the statements that have been made by Labour. Now, the Scottish Government has had long-standing devolved responsibility for fisheries, and while we were members of the EU, Scotland received 46% of the UK's EU fisheries funding, reflecting the size and importance of our industry. And since Brexit, the fisheries funding allocation to the Scottish Government has taken into account the size of Scotland's industry. So, therefore, it is simply not accurate to say that to devolve that funding equals that it must be done via the Barnett formula. Now, in our engagement with the UK Government ahead of their announcement on the Fishing and Coastal Growth Fund, we made clear on numerous occasions our expectations that we would continue to maintain an arrangement outside of the Barnett formula, which recognises the relative size and importance of fishing industries across the UK, and that Scotland should receive at least 46% of that fund. Now, UK ministers have ignored repeated requests to allocate fisheries funding using a fair and appropriate distribution method that adequately reflects the relative scale of the fishing industry in Scotland. Now, as part of the recent spending review, Treasury took the decision to baseline the existing fisheries funding arrangement with the devolved administrations, meaning we only receive Barnett consequentials on any subsequent changes to funding. Now, the decision to move away from an approach based on size and importance to the industry and move to the Barnett formula was one that was taken by the UK Government, and that was separate to our engagement on the fund. The UK Government have not provided an adequate rationale for this change to the funding model, and the approach that's been taken by the UK Government is also not in the spirit of the Memorandum of Understanding of the Fisheries Framework, which states that fisheries policy authorities will work together on the division and allocation of subsidies and grants in the UK. So the decision on the Fishing and Coastal Growth Fund allocation has been done to us and not with us. Now, Rhoda Grant also talked about negotiations today, but negotiations involve discussions between two parties, potentially more. But it's hard for any negotiations to take place when the other party simply doesn't come to the table and simply doesn't respond. Our only forum of engagement hasn't met for about 6 months, and that's not for lack of trying on the Scottish Government's part. Now, I appreciate Carol Mochan, who took an intervention on this point in her contribution today, but by responding and suggesting it's just generally hard to get in touch and to get time with the UK Government, well, quite frankly, it shouldn't be, and I think it just shows the complete lack of respect and the complete disregard that this UK Government has for our country generally, let alone for the Scottish Government. Now, turning to some of the other contributions today, which I do want to touch on, and I have got a lot to get through. On Beatrice Wishart's amendment. Now, I absolutely understand the importance economically, socially and culturally of fishing to the Shetland Islands, and specifically regarding Shetland, our analysis shows that of the applications that we've had submitted to the Marine Fund Scotland to date from projects or individuals based there, that about 70% were awarded grant funding. Now, my fisheries officials were actually in Shetland a couple of weeks ago and heard first-hand some of the concerns that have been expressed by Beatrice Wishart in the Chamber today from the fishing community directly. And I know that they are continuing to discuss certain aspects of the fund with local fishing representatives. Now, I know that, but I think it's also important to recognise too that significant amounts of the marine funding that we distribute are also awarded to projects that benefit the whole of Scotland. So when you consider, as an example of that, the £2.7 million to the Independent Observers Programme, providing data on fish stocks, as well as the £8.4 million which has been used to support Seafood Scotland's UK and EU UK and export market programme. Now, again, there were a number of critical points that were raised by Ariane Burgess that I hope to touch on today, and I think one of those was in relation to spatial planning, as she mentioned in her amendment. Now, we have been working, as members across the Chamber may be aware, on National Marine Plan 2, and it's the clear expectation for that plan to be used to implement this Government's priorities for the use of space, support growth of the marine economy and protection of the marine environment, as well as helping to reduce conflict from the competition for space. Now, we are currently exploring how the draft National Marine Plan 2 could respond to some of the issues that were raised in the consultation on the planning position statement, which we had published, including requests from some stakeholders for marine spatial planning and the implications that that might have for existing users. So I do expect to receive advice from officials on that soon, and potentially for the feasibility of marine spatial planning in the draft National Marine Plan. And that advice would also set out options for taking forward a spatial approach. But of course, any content of that draft plan, we would be into the next session before that would be considered. And finally, Presiding Officer, I think the Tories have been going really hard on the point of independence this afternoon, as if it's some secret that this government has been holding. Now, it's so secret, we published a paper on it called Our Marine Sector in an Independent Scotland. I think they might all like to read it, because I actually can't put it better than Emma Harper. As an independent country, we are in the room. It means we have a seat at the table, because one thing's for sure, we can't trust any UK government to do that for us or to act on our behalf. So in closing, Presiding Officer, Scotland's seafood is world class, and our fishers understand better than anyone the need to safeguard our seas for future generations. This government will continue to work in partnership with industry to navigate current challenges, seize the opportunities and deliver a thriving, sustainable and modern fishing sector. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the debate on supporting Scotland's fishing industry. It's now time to move on to the next. I call Karen Adam for a point of order.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. On a point of order, earlier in the debate, Mr Douglas Ross shouted across the chamber at me, pointed at me and demanded that I stand up to answer him. I want to place on record that I found that behaviour unacceptable and disrespectful. And I want on record that I don't answer to Mr Ross, I answer to my constituents. And although I do not find Mr Ross intimidating, in the very least, it may have been a very different scenario for another female MSP. Young women will be watching this. They will be watching our Parliament in this chamber and thinking that that is accepted here. I hope anyone watching at home with aspirations to be a parliamentarian will not be put off, and that they will be assured that we stand against all of that type of behaviour. This is a workplace, and this Parliament should be a safe and respectful environment for women and for all members. Can I ask whether such conduct is in line with the standards of behaviour you expect, and whether you will remind members that robust debate does not justify shouting at and physically gesturing towards colleagues in this way? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Adam. I have assumed the chair, and I'm unaware of the circumstances, but I would just say, of course, ordinarily, contributions that members make, the member's contribution is not a matter for the chair. But I would say, obviously, debate can be robust and passionate, but members at all times have a duty to conduct themselves in a courteous and respectful manner that enables everyone to contribute. And I would say whether or not to make or take interventions, of course, is a matter for the member too. We will now move on to, I was saying that concludes the debate on supporting Scotland's fishing industry, and we'll now move on to the next item of business, which is a statement by the Deputy First Minister on Fife Ethylene Plant Mossmoran, and the Deputy First Minister will take questions at the end of her statement, and so there should be no interventions or interruptions. And I call on the Deputy First Minister.
Presiding Officer, the Chamber will be aware that ExxonMobil, the owner and operator of the Fife Ethylene Plant, have today confirmed their decision to close the plant from February 2026. I am extremely disappointed by this news, which will be a devastating blow for the highly skilled individuals who make up the workforce at the plant, their families and the local communities, as well as the contractors and supply chain companies whose employment relies on the site. The loss of such high-value jobs is a very significant blow to Scotland's economy. ExxonMobil informed me on Monday, the 17th of November, yesterday, that this decision followed a formal marketing exercise to seek a buyer for the plant, but no viable offer has been received. I was first made aware by the business that it was actively marketing the site on the 11th of November. I understand that discussions have been underway with the UK Government since April 2025. The business has cited that this regrettable decision has been taken on the basis of prolonged negative market conditions for ethylene, an ageing plant, a dwindling supply of ethane from the North Sea, and the UK Government's policy regime on energy prices and carbon taxes. ExxonMobil will now commence a period of consultation with its workforce, and I expect to receive regular updates on progress from the business. Members will understand that we have been aware of this situation for a very limited amount of time, but I wish to provide my assurance to the workforce that we will work with them and their representatives to explore all options to support them, and I can confirm that we have enacted our PACE initiative. I've made clear to the business that it has a duty to its workers. I expect them to be actively exploring all options to identify new roles across the business for those affected by the asset's closure. I also want to recognise that there are vast numbers of people in the wider community and supply chain who rely on the Fife ethylene plant for their employment. To this end, I will engage constructively with Fife Council, businesses and other stakeholders, including MSPs, to consider all possible actions to mitigate any impact on the local economy. I also intend to convene a task force which will include a range of stakeholders to urgently consider any actions that the Scottish Government, with the limited economic powers that we have, to take to mitigate the impact of this decision. And I'll keep the Parliament updated on the work of that task force. Presiding Officer, the Scottish Government wants to secure a long-term and sustainable future for Musmoran. However, and perhaps more pertinently today, any hope of Musmoran remaining a source of highly paid jobs in the manufacturing sector relies on phasing in, at pace, alternative projects. Members will be aware that the Scottish Government has already provided material support to bring such projects forward at Grangemouth, and it's my intention to expand the Grangemouth Investment Task Force to include Musmoran as a potential location for projects that have been identified through the Scottish Enterprise Endeavour. We will work with our partners, including the UK Government, to expand the eligibility of projects that are identified through the Investment Task Force that could also locate at Musmoran with the hope of securing high-value jobs and investment. It will be critical in the coming months and weeks for all stakeholders to play their part, and I call on all those with a vested interest across this chamber and beyond, and in particular the UK Government, to work with me to secure a future for the site that aligns to our ambitions. Well, has been clear in its announcement today that the UK's current economic and policy environment does not create a competitive future for its site. And it's clear that the levers for an industrial intervention, as we've seen in other UK nations like England at Scunthorpe and Wales, lie with the UK Government. I believe that it is crucial that UK ministers consider what more they can do for the workers at the plant and take urgent action, overdue action, to address the high cost of energy which is slowly crippling industry, to help support the sector and the livelihoods of those who depend on it. Presiding Officer, I want to conclude by calling on ExxonMobil to ensure that they handle the next phase of this process with care and respect for their workforce and the wider economy, being conscious of their responsibilities as an operator, and to once again place on record my concern for the workforce and the assurance that the Scottish Government will do all that we can to mitigate the impact of this decision on those who are affected. Thank you.
Thank you. The Deputy First Minister will now take questions on the issues raised in her statement. I intend to allow around 20 minutes for questions, after which we'll move on to the next item of business, and I'd be grateful if members who wish to put a question were to press their request to speak buttons. And I call on Murdo Fraser.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for her statement and for advance sight of it. And she is entirely correct to reference the body blow this is, not just to the workforce directly employed at Musmoran, but to the wider supply chain, both across Fife and across Scotland as a whole, with a threat to 400 high-value, highly skilled jobs. This comes on the back of the closure of Grangemouth, with a similar impact. Our industrial capacity in Scotland is being hollowed out. And the Cabinet Secretary can't just put all the blame for this on the UK Government. We've seen from both governments a hostile environment to the oil and gas sector and the pursuit of a high-tax, low-growth agenda, damaging both the economy and the business environment. So rather than just putting the blame on the UK Government, as the Cabinet Secretary was doing in her statement, can't you tell us what action the Scottish Government will take, for example in its forthcoming budget, to create an economic environment in Scotland to support industries like this and avoid future similar closures?
Deputy First Minister.
Well, can I agree with Murdo Fraser's comment on the impact on staff and also recognise the impact on the wider supply chain? And we have secured agreement with the company to ensure that we have all the evidence that we need and the data that we need to ensure we do a very thorough economic analysis of what the impact will be. The Conservative Party are always quite quick to defend Labour-run UK government when there are challenges like this. I prefer to look at the details that the company themselves have given for why they've made the decision that they have made. And it is our understanding that ExxonMobil has been in prolonged dialogue with the UK government regarding the future of the site. The business has also been clear with me, and I've asked explicitly, that they recognise that the Scottish Government does not have the policy or fiscal levers to make a material difference to the economic fundamentals of this decision. The business has been clear that the UK Government's approach to carbon taxation and energy prices has had a fundamental bearing on this decision, and you can read their comments themselves. And I think the UK Government must seriously reflect that its choices are having a fundamental impact on the livelihoods of people living here in Scotland. And so, in order to respond well, we have to understand what the root causes are, and I've just outlined those. In terms of the action that the Scottish Government will take, I've also been clear in my statement about our determination to convene a task force to phase in some of the work that we have been doing through Grangemouth, to identify some of the projects with the most potential and to consider whether there is a future for them at this particular site. It is early days, but that illustrates the determination that this government has to ensure that we protect the local community from the worst economic impacts of this decision.
Daniel Johnson.
Thank you, and can I thank the Deputy First Minister for advance sight of her statement, and can I agree with her on her opening remark that this is devastating news, both for the workers and also the wider community in Fife impacted by this decision. But it's a decision that has to be viewed within the wider context of ExxonMobil facing global challenges to its revenues and making global restructuring decisions, including closures such as recently its chemicals plant in France. UK ministers, I understand, have been actively trying to engage with the company over many months, but the only proposals coming forward would have left the taxpayer on the hook for millions without any route to profitability. So can I ask the following questions? The Deputy First Minister made no mention of trade unions, and I understand that both Unite and GMB have significant memberships on site. Can I ask what dialogue she has had with trade unions about workforce and potential redeployment and retraining possibilities? Second, this is a site that is 40 years old but only had a 20-year lifespan. So what discussions have taken place over recent years, not just recent weeks, about the long-term viability of this site, given the fact that it is 20 years beyond its designed use? And lastly, this is not isolated. We are 26 years on from peak oil, and we have a chemicals industry dependent on the oil and gas sector. So what plans does the Scottish Government have, or is seeking to have, regarding the wider chemicals industry in Scotland?
Before I call the Deputy First Minister, I would remind all members of the requirement that their camera should be on and that we should not ordinarily have audio contributions in the chamber. Deputy First Minister.
Thank you. And in terms of the specific questions that Daniel Johnson has asked. In terms of trade unions engagement, I engage with both GMB and Unite the Union this afternoon at between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m, and I will be rushing from the vote tonight at decision time to re-engage with them at approximately 6:30 p.m. In terms of the engagement about the site, this was a very specific conversation that I had with the company about the site, and that's why it's really important that we are able to work constructively with them to fully understand what some of the challenges are about that site, but also some of the opportunity. And Daniel Johnson also talked about this not being an isolated incident and about our wider engagement with the chemicals industry. He will appreciate, because of previous statements I've given in the Chamber, that we are engaging quite extensively at the moment with the chemicals industry, and that has revealed a regular concern being cited by all the businesses about the impact of high energy costs. And I think it's a well-accepted fact across the Chamber about the detrimental impact of overly high energy costs and the competitive disadvantage across the UK due to those high energy costs, particularly for industries that are very energy intensive. So hopefully that responds to those three questions, and I'm sure there will be further engagement in the weeks to come.
Thank you. I call Annabel Ewing to be followed by Ros McCall.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This sad news is indeed a body blow to the hundreds of highly skilled workers and contractors employed at the site and the supply chain, as well as to the wider economy across Fife and Scotland. It is, Presiding Officer, a great pity, and I think very shoddy indeed, that the decision was leaked before the workers could be informed this morning. All fingers pointing in this regard to the UK Labour Government. But can the Deputy First Minister reiterate that the Scottish Government will indeed do all within its powers to support those losing their jobs and their livelihoods? And can she also further comment on reports that it is, in fact, the damaging and uncompetitive economic and fiscal policies of the UK Labour Government that have led to this decision? A UK Labour Government that has been prepared to actively intervene for jobs in England, but steps aside here and refuses to change course, as if Scotland simply does not matter.
Deputy First Minister.
Well, can I also share Annabel Ewing's concern about how this news ended up in the press and the vital importance of there being due process when informing workers about the future of their jobs, and the importance of these confidential conversations. I think, secondly, Annabel Ewing has been a very long-standing and excellent representative of the community which will be most affected, and I can reassure her that we will do all that we can to support those who are losing their jobs. I am clear that the highly skilled workforce at Mossmoran play a vital role in our economy, and I will do all that I can to ensure that it continues. In terms of the last part of her question, the business has cited 4 reasons that have driven them to this decision. It's there in black and white. They talk about the challenging market, the age of the asset, the supply of ethane and UK government policies, the economic and fiscal policies that she references. And so it is absolutely clear that the lack of attention being paid to Scotland's industrial base and the lack of any subsequent action in response to those challenges which were raised with the UK government is a neglect of Scotland's workforce.
Thank you. Ros McCall to be followed by Kevin Stewart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The statement highlights that there are a vast number of people in the wider community and supply chain who rely on Fife ethylene plant for their employment. So does the First Minister have any numbers on how many people within Fife that this will affect? And considering how many people will be looking for alternative employment and upskilling, can the Scottish Government reassure Fife College that it will have the funding required to provide the courses, given the inflexibility of the current process?
Deputy First Minister.
The business has shared some initial data with us to aid our understanding of the workforce, and we want to continue to work with the company to ensure that we understand the full impact. She's right that to say that there are some initial staff, 179 ExxonMobil staff. There are also contractors associated, so they also will need support, and I engage at 6:30, as I said, with the unions, Unite and GMB, to understand how we can support them as best as we can. There are also the supply chain companies that I mentioned to Murdo Fraser, who will also employ staff who could be affected. So that tallies up to quite a significant number, which we are very conscious of, and intend to work with both the colleges and others through PACE to provide as much support as possible to every member of staff.
Kevin Stewart, to be followed by Claire Baker.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The ExxonMobil press statement today points the finger at the UK's current economic and policy environment for the decision that they have taken. We have heard today about the high energy costs that companies face. We have heard about the impact of the Energy Profits Levy. And of course, there is Labour's tax on jobs, which adds to the woes of companies. Labour seem quite happy to intervene in other parts of the UK, in England and in Wales, including at Scunthorpe. But it seems that Scots do not matter. Scotland is once again an afterthought, and I would ask the Deputy First Minister how we can change that. Do we require independence to get things right for our industry here in our country?
Deputy First Minister.
Well, there have been a number of impacts on key industrial sites across Scotland in recent months. And there are some common threads that run through them, one of which I have referenced already, around high energy costs. And therefore, it is absolutely imperative that where the Scottish Government can have an impact, we do, as you have seen us take responsibility with Alexander Dennis. But where we don't have the levers, I think it's important that this Parliament unites with one voice to call on the UK Government to take very urgent critical action. And where they refuse to take action, we must demand the right and responsibility to take action ourselves.
I call Claire Baker, to be followed by Rona Mackay.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I have to say I am disappointed that the Scottish Government appear to be repeating and accepting the claims from ExxonMobil about their reasons for closure. To be clear, this is a company with huge profits who are making a commercial decision to close a site and cause significant job losses in Fife. This is a company which locked out over 200 contract workers this morning and has no trade union recognition. They have shown no real serious desire to engage with the UK Government because, in reality, they had already decided to close the site. The Scottish Government is meant to be working on a just transition for Musmorton. Has that not involved any engagement with ExxonMobil over recent months? Over the summer, there were 150 contractor redundancies at Musmorton. So what discussions took place at that time, and did they address the future operational sustainability of Musmorton at all?
Deputy First Minister.
Well, I'd like to reassure the member that I challenge on behalf of trade unions and workers any decision that is taken which affects Scotland economically, particularly when it comes to our industrial base. But I can't ignore the fact that throughout each of these potential redundancy situations, businesses independent of one another have cited the same concerns that can be fixed at source by the UK Government, particularly around energy prices, but have not. So when I am led to believe that a business has engaged in good faith with the UK Government since April and there have been no policy changes, then I can assure Parliament that I will challenge the UK Government on those policy decisions, because I believe in standing up for Scottish workers and Scottish industry.
Thank you. I call Rona Mackay to be followed by Mark Gruskell. I would be grateful if any conversations that are ongoing could cease and that we could make sure that we are listening to one another. Ms Mackay.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This will be an incredibly concerning time for the workforce and their families. Can I ask the Deputy First Minister what the Scottish Government's message is to all of those affected, and will she commit to engaging with the workforce who are losing their livelihoods?
Deputy First Minister.
Rona Mackay is absolutely right to highlight this as a devastating blow, and our thoughts are primarily with the workforce today at the Fife ethylene plant. Now, I recognise the valuable contribution that those individuals have made to Scotland's economy, and also that they are critical to our transition to net zero. We hear frequently about the importance of skills in the transition to net zero, and the workers at this plant have the skills and are essential for that just transition. Members will understand that this news is still sinking in. However, I give my commitment that we will explore with the business, worker representatives and trade unions what support over and above our PACE intervention could be deployed, and I welcomed ExxonMobil's commitment yesterday to play a proactive role in that process.
Mark Ruskell, to be followed by Willie Rennie.
ExxonMobil and Paul Greenwood should hang their heads in shame. The way they have treated workers today, locking people out of the workplace, absolutely disgraceful and shameful. I've been calling for a Mossmorran Just Transition Plan for years, led by unions, to secure jobs, to invest in the site and to cut climate pollution. And in June 2024, the Minister for Climate Action told me in this chamber that work will be started on a Mossmorran plan early in 2025. So can I ask the Deputy First Minister, where is the plan? There's no mention of it in the statement, just a blame game between governments.
Deputy First Minister.
Well, in terms of the just transition, we have been working at pace to develop a just transition plan at Grangemouth. That was published in summer. I think my colleague, although I need to double check, had talked about delivering the just transition plan for Grangemouth and following that very rapidly with a just transition plan for Mossmorran. Our opportunity now is to, as I said in my statement, to work on options and opportunities for Mossmorran as part of our wider approach to Grangemouth.
Willie Rennie, to be followed by Jackie Dunbar.
I've lived in the shadow of Mossmorran for almost 30 years, in good times and in bad times, and there has been bad times. This is, however, an important local employer. But what surprises me is that the government is always surprised when these announcements come. They should have seen this coming. There's been warnings for years, but yet we still have shocking statements in this Parliament. When are we going to have a proper plan, as was promised years ago, for these events, so that we can make sure that we have that just transition that the government's brilliant at talking about, but never actually delivers?
Deputy First Minister.
Well, in terms of wider engagement, there has obviously been engagement over an extended period of time. But the challenge that we are facing right now goes to the very heart of a proper just transition. And it is about ensuring that we support those assets that are at the heart of the just transition and are facing enormous challenges. Willie Rennie talked about issues not coming as a surprise. The issues that the business has cited are not a surprise. We have been talking about high energy bills and some of the wider challenges for years. The difference is that I can't do anything to change the high energy bills. And so the point I made in my statement is that this Parliament has an opportunity to speak with one voice where we see these risks of redundancies and risks to these critical plants, to speak with one voice in demanding policy change that secures their future. And to do that, we need to know what is having the biggest impact, and it's there in front of us from the plant today, in their comments from ExxonMobil today, in terms of the fiscal and policy changes that need to be made.
Jackie Dunbar, to be followed by Douglas Lumsden.
Can the Deputy First Minister say more about the Scottish Government's latest engagement with ExxonMobil, and can she confirm that the business will work constructively and collaboratively on the next steps needed?
Deputy First Minister.
Well, that's certainly the request I made of ExxonMobil, and they confirmed that they were willing to work with the Scottish Government on the various points that I have outlined. So I welcome that indication that they've given to me to work with us to support the staff. In terms of most recent engagement, I engaged last week on the 11th of November and engaged again yesterday afternoon.
Douglas Lumsden, to be followed by Stuart McMillan.
Presiding officer, sadly we are witnessing the self-inflicted deindustrialisation of much of Scotland, and it's self-inflicted by both governments with their anti-hydrocarbon rhetoric. Presiding officer, there are two neighbouring plants at Mossmoran. Exxon have made this announcement, but we still have Shell and the gas liquid plant. So can I ask the Deputy First Minister, what discussion have taken place with Shell on whether their NGL plant remains viable with the loss of Exxon's ethylene plant?
Deputy First Minister.
A very important question, which is precisely why my officials engaged with Shell this afternoon. They confirmed that the Shell Fife natural gas liquids plant is a separate operation, and businesses from the Exxon Fife ethylene plant. As such, they do not anticipate any direct impact on Shell Fife NGL operations or jobs, which I hope gives really important reassurance.
Stuart McMillan, to be followed by Paul Sweeney.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Scotland's energy industry workforce is one of our greatest assets, irrespective as to where they live, and it's vital that we support the skilled workers who are key to both our energy security and also the delivery of a just transition. So what immediate steps is the Scottish Government taking to identify options to retain these critical skills and protect the livelihoods of those affected?
Deputy First Minister.
To retain the skills is uppermost in my mind at the moment. I mentioned earlier that we hear frequently, and I think there's a debate tomorrow actually, on the importance of skills as part of the just transition. And so supporting these workers who have the skills that we need is uppermost in my mind. And there's a number of different initiatives that we will progress with, including through PACE and through training and so on, and looking at new projects that can be phased in, as I mentioned previously, to ensure that we don't lose any of these important skills.
Paul Sweeney, to be followed by Alexander Stewart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. It's not clear how proactive ExxonMobil have been in marketing the asset to the international market. Would the Deputy First Minister consider more proactive measures to secure international investment in this asset, and also consider competitive measures such as joining with Shell, who operate the neighbouring plant, to consider a private wire power purchase agreement which could significantly reduce energy costs to what is one of Scotland's most electricity-intensive consumers?
So I'm very keen to have those discussions, as the member have outlined. We can do some of that through the work the Scottish Enterprise is doing with Grangemouth in terms of forthcoming interest, but I am also conscious that there will be other interest out there, and Scottish Enterprise and the Scottish Government, our doors are very firmly open to have conversations with anybody who has an interest through investment or developing new opportunities at the site.
And Alexander Stewart.
Presiding Officer, the ExxonMobil site at Mossmoran has been the cornerstone of chemical production for 40 years. The closure reflects the huge challenges faced by a high-tax, low-growth policies of both Labour and the SNP, not forgetting the hostile environment that both these parties have created for the oil and gas sector. Therefore, what action is the Scottish Government taking to limit the damage that this decision will undoubtedly cause for the workforce and the wider community?
Deputy First Minister.
Mr Alexander Stewart only exempting his own party, who were quite recently in government down south. But in terms of the options ahead of us, I think I've outlined that there's an option here in terms of supporting the very skilled staff, and there is a second train of work which we will do through the task force primarily to look at new investment opportunities at the site, and then thirdly continuing to engage very actively with the company so that we understand as thoroughly as possible what impact this might have and what other options are available to us to safeguard the site, to support the workers and to protect the wider community from this impact.
Thank you. That concludes the ministerial statement. The next item of business is consideration of Parliamentary Bureau Motion 19809 on a committee substitute. And I ask Graham Day, on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau, to move the motion.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Minister. The question on this motion will be put at decision time, and there are 6 questions to be put as a result of today's business. The first is that Amendment 19739.2, in the name of Tim Eagle, which seeks to amend Motion 19739 in the name of Mairi Gougeon on supporting Scotland's fishing industry, be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed. Therefore, we'll move to a vote, and there will be a short suspension to allow members to access the digital voting. Thank you. The question is that Amendment 19739.2 in the name of Tim Eagle, which seeks to amend Motion 19739 in the name of Mairi Gougeon on supporting Scotland's fishing industry, be agreed. And members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 19739.2 in the name of Tim Eagle is yes 31, no 82. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I remind members that if the amendment in the name of Rhoda Grant is agreed to, the amendment in the name of Farian Burgess will fall. And the next question is that amendment 19739.3 in the name of Rhoda Grant, which seeks to amend motion 19739 in the name of Mairi Gougeon on supporting Scotland's fishing industry, be agreed. Are we all agreed? We are not agreed. Parliament will therefore move to a vote, and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 19739.3 in the name of Rhoda Grant is yes 20, no 96. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. The next question is that amendment 19739.1 in the name of Ariane Burgess, which seeks to amend motion 19739 in the name of Mairi Gougeon on supporting Scotland's fishing industry, be agreed. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed, therefore we'll move to a vote and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 19739.1 in the name of Ariane Burgess is yes 7, no 108. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. The next question is that amendment 19739.4 in the name of Beatrice Wishart, which seeks to amend motion 19739 in the name of Mairi Gougeon on supporting Scotland's fishing industry, be agreed. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed, therefore we'll move to a vote and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 19739.4 in the name of Beatrice Wishart is yes 38, no 77. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. The next question is that motion 19739 in the name of Mairi Gougeon on supporting Scotland's fishing industry be agreed. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed, therefore we'll move to a vote and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Beatrice Wishart for a point of order.
My app wouldn't work and I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Ms Wishart. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on motion 19739 in the name of Mairi Gougeon is yes 94, no 23. There were no abstentions. The motion is therefore agreed. The final question is that motion 19809 in the name of Graham Day on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau on a committee substitute be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The motion is therefore agreed, and that concludes decision time, and we'll now move on to members' business in the name of Kenneth Gibson.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Lewis McGlynn.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Saoirse Healy.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Donald C. Stewart. Broadcasting Scotland is Scotland's independent broadcaster, providing factual news, reporting on the issues important to the people of Scotland.
We are committed to public service broadcasting, and with your support, we will produce even more programmes.
Provide opportunities for young people interested in media production and broadcasting, and challenge preconceptions of what Scottish media looks like, amplifying Scotland's voice and reflecting its communities.
We can already deliver high-quality live news, and we will create the highest quality programmes for you to enjoy. But we can only do that with your support.
So please subscribe to and share our channel or donate to Broadcasting Scotland via the link in the description. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.